everyone knows Titanic, and the ghost ship Mary Celeste. But they were just the beginning. Before Titanic ever sailed, another White Star Line ship sank, with every woman and child on board. Everyone remembers Titanic, the orchestra, the lifeboats, the tragedy. But no one talks about the ship that came before it, the one where the crew stole every lifeboat, where mothers were thrown overboard, and where the captain watched his own son disappear beneath the waves. That ship was the SS Arctic, 1854, a floating civilization that collapsed in 6 hours. No icebergs, no heroism, just silence and cold betrayal. And decades later, the SS Laurel broke in two off the coast of Oregon, when her captain, refusing to abandon ship, survived alone on the sinking wreck for 54 hours. These are the disasters history buried. Until now, fall asleep to real maritime mysteries, where every wave tells the truth. Ghost ship Mary Celeste, the 150-year mystery. On December 13, 1872, a battered brigantine limped into the port of Gibraltar. Its sails hung in tatters. Its decks were slick with salt and silence. Only 3 men stood aboard, salvors from another ship, the Dei Gratia, who had found her adrift in the middle of the Atlantic. Her name was Mary Celeste. For a century and a half, that name has lingered like a whisper across maritime history. A story retold so many times that the truth now lies buried under rumor and retelling. What happened to her captain, his family, and the 7 others who had sailed with them remains one of the sea's most haunting mysteries. Ships vanish all the time. Storms swallow them. Ice crushes them. Engines fail, sails tear, and logs are written one last time before the water closes over everything. From the Collins liner Pacific to the White Star Line Naronic, thousands of vessels have disappeared, remembered by no one. But Mary Celeste was different. Here the ship survived, almost perfectly intact. It was the people who vanished. To understand how this ghost began, we have to go back to a quiet inlet on the Bay of Fundy, where the tides rise higher than anywhere else on Earth. This is where Mary Celeste was born, though she had another name then. In 1860, a shipbuilder named Joshua Dewis from the small town of Economy, Nova Scotia, was among the first to build vessels along the Minas Basin. He crafted small schooners by hand, moving goods between trading posts like Kentville and Parsboro. But as the shipyards around the bay prospered, Dewis dreamed of something larger, a new yard, a new ship, and a new beginning. He moved east to Advocate Harbor, near Cape Door, searching for a place where he could expand. But the real opportunity lay a few miles away at Spencer's Island. Not truly an island at all, but a sheltered community protected from Fundy's violent storms and surrounded by untouched forest. The trees there grew right to the water's edge, and when the first keel was laid on the wooden slipway that autumn, workers could still hear the sound of axes echoing in the woods nearby. The people of Spencer's Island were all connected by blood, marriage, and shared labor. The timber used for the ship came from land owned by 2 brothers, Jacob and Isaac Spicer. Their wives were sisters to Dewis's own. The Spicers agreed to supply the wood in exchange for a share of the new vessel. The keel was set in the fall of 1860. The men planned to launch the ship on the spring tides. There were no sawmills, no blueprints, no machines. Everything was cut by hand, frame, beam, and hull. At night, the shipwrights slept in the homes of the men who owned the yard. One of those homes belonged to Captain W.H. Bigelow, who held a 16th share in the vessel. "I lived in Captain Bigelow's house," one worker later recalled. And all the men lived there, the carpenters, the helpers, even the family. By early December, The skeleton of the ship stood on the shore, her frame drying in the winter air. She would rest there until spring, when the wood hardened and the hull was sealed, salted, and painted. When the tides rose again, she would be ready to meet the sea. That spring, she was launched and christened Amazon, the first ship ever built at Spencer's Island. Duis himself chose the name. Perhaps he thought of the fierce women of Greek legend. Perhaps he simply wanted to honor his strongest creation yet. He never said. Locals whispered that something went wrong at the launch, that the ship stuck on her cradle or injured someone. But those who were there swore it was false. The launch was smooth, the crowd cheered, and the Amazon slid into Fundy's cold gray water without a hitch. Today, nothing remains of that first yard. The slipway has long since washed away. But near the shore, you can still see the stone pilings of the 19th century wharf, where the Amazon once loaded timber and supplies. The Amazon was a brigantine, 2 masts, twin deck cabins, and a square stern. She measured 99 feet long, 25 feet wide, and weighed 198 tons. Her name and home port, Parsboro, Nova Scotia, were carved into her stern in black letters. She was not remarkable, just sturdy, honest work. Yet from the moment she touched the sea, misfortune followed her. Her first captain, Robert McClellan, had recently married. He believed the sea air would help his failing health. But within days of the Amazon's first voyage, a short run to 5 islands, he fell violently ill. The mate turned the ship back toward Spencer's Island, where McClellan was carried ashore to the home of Jacob Spicer. He died soon after, a newlywed captain, gone before his ship had even begun her career. When the Amazon returned to the dock at Economy, the townspeople gathered to see why she had come back so soon. Among them was McClellan's young wife. She ran to the pier, only to see the crew lowering her husband's coffin to her feet. The Amazon's first cargo had become the body of her first captain. His grave still lies in the small cemetery at Economy. Another captain, Jack Parker, took command to finish the voyage to London. On the way, the ship fouled her anchor in a fisherman's net at Eastport, Maine. A minor delay, but a bad omen. Afterward, she crossed the Atlantic safely, unloaded her cargo, and took on freight for Portugal. Yet as she sailed out of the Thames and into the Dover Strait, she collided with another brig. The other ship sank. The Amazon limped into port for repairs. Still, she sailed on, to Lisbon, to Marseille, to the Caribbean, and back again. Under Captain William Thompson, she became a familiar sight along the trade routes of the Atlantic, but misfortune clung to her like mist. In 1867, while loading corn in Baltimore, the Amazon met her next disaster. Her owners in Nova Scotia had grown weary of Thompson and ordered him replaced. He refused, dismissed one of their own sons from the crew, and, defying their instructions, took the ship north into the deadly winter waters of Cape Breton. A storm rose. The Amazon was driven ashore and wrecked near Glace Bay. The insurance company refused to pay, citing the seasonal ban on sailing past November 1st. The owners walked away from their ruined investment. Within weeks, a man named Alexander McBean claimed the wreck, repaired her, and re-registered her in Sydney. A process that should have been impossible under Nova Scotia law unless the ship was still seaworthy. She was sold, resold, and salvaged again, like a curse that refused to die. Locals in Spencer's Island began calling her the ship that made us eat with tin spoons. Finally, she was bought in New York by Richard W. Haynes, Haynes, who renamed her Mary Celeste. He claimed to have rebuilt her entirely, though records suggest otherwise. Within 10 months, he was bankrupt. The ship was seized, auctioned, and bought by Captain James Winchester, another man from Nova Scotia, now living in New York. He spent nearly all he had to rebuild her again, adding a second deck and new rigging, raising her to 282 tons. To cover his losses, he sold a third of the ship to a Massachusetts captain named Benjamin Schooner Briggs, the man who would one day vanish with her. And so Mary Celeste began her final voyage. Born of Fundy's tides, carved from Nova Scotia pine, passed from hand to hand like a relic that carried its own quiet curse. Maybe it was chance. Maybe it was something deeper, a pattern only time could see. But as one old shipwright once said, some wood remembers. And perhaps, after a century and a half, that's what the Mary Celeste still is. Not a ghost ship, but a memory adrift. When the Mary Celeste was rebuilt in New York, she gleamed like something reborn, the scent of new timber mixed with salt and tar. Her hull stood taller now, heavier, sturdier. Captain James Winchester had poured nearly every dollar he owned into restoring her. To ease the cost, he sold a third share to a man he trusted, Captain Benjamin Schooner Briggs of Massachusetts. Briggs was a quiet, deliberate man, descended from the earliest American settlers. His ancestors had crossed the Atlantic on the Mayflower. The sea ran in his family's blood. He was respected, devout, and methodical in all things. That discipline, and perhaps that faith, would make what followed even harder to understand. By late October 1872, the Mary Celeste waited at Pier 50 on New York's East River. Her hold was being filled with 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, volatile cargo that would fetch a fine price in Genoa, Italy. Briggs planned to captain the voyage himself, with his wife Sarah and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia joining him. Their 8-year-old son, Arthur, would remain home to continue school. It was meant to be a simple Atlantic crossing, 3 or 4 weeks at most. For several days, the Briggs family lived aboard while the cargo was loaded. They treated the ship as a temporary home. Sarah played the melodeon in the evenings. Sophia toddled across the deck chasing the family cat, whom she called Poo-a-Poo for reasons no one ever knew. Briggs wrote in his cabin log, Sarah wrote letters to her mother and friends. In one of them, she said, "Our vessel is in beautiful trim, and I hope we shall have a fine passage." They weren't alone on board. The crew numbered 7. First mate Albert Richardson of Maine, second mate Andrew Gilling of New York, cook Edmund Head, newly married, and 4 German sailors, Volkert and Boz Lorenzen, Arian Martins, and Gottlieb Gudschall. Briggs described them as steady, though not particularly bright. Still, he trusted them. By the first week of November, the ship was ready. The barrels of alcohol were lashed tight and chocked with wooden spacers to prevent rolling. Briggs checked the vents himself. He knew the fumes could turn deadly in an unventilated hold. On November 5th, Mary Celeste left the dock, towed past Manhattan and into the open sea. But strong winds and fog forced her to anchor off Staten Island for 2 nights. From that anchorage, Sarah wrote her final letter to her mother, describing the delay, the clear skies returning, and how eager they were to finally depart. Across the river, another brigantine waited at Hoboken, New Jersey. Her name was Dei Gratia, Latin for by the grace of God. She was bound for Genoa as well, captained by David Morehouse, with a crew of 7. Some claimed Morehouse and Briggs were friends. There's no proof they ever were. The Dei Gratia sailed on November 15th, 8 days after Mary Celeste. She carried barrels of petroleum, slower but steady on the Atlantic winds. Both ships met storms in the North Atlantic. Heavy seas forced hatches closed, waves sweeping the decks. But Briggs's ship was ahead, pushing through toward the Azores. By November 25th, Mary Celeste had sighted those islands through rain and squalls. The logbook recorded wind and rough seas, but nothing out of the ordinary. That was the last confirmed entry. 10 days later, on December 5th, De Gratia's lookout spotted a vessel 5 miles to port. Her sails were shredded. Her course wandered. Through his spyglass, Captain Morehouse saw no one at the helm. The ship drifted with the wind, rudder loose, moving strangely steady. Morehouse ordered his mate, Oliver DeVoe, to take a small boat with second mate John Wright and sailor John Johnson to investigate. They rowed toward the silent ship. The closer they came, the clearer it was. No figures moved across the deck. No voices answered their calls. They climbed aboard. What they found would haunt every man who set foot there. The deck was soaked but intact. The rigging hung in disarray, as though dropped in haste. The port side rail was missing a section, perhaps removed to lower a lifeboat. Below, the main pump still worked, though 3.5 feet of water sloshed in the bilge. Windows of the deckhouse had been boarded over against bad weather, but the cabin skylight stood open, letting the rain pour inside. Everything below was damp, clothes and bedding soaked. Captain Briggs's quarters were lived in, but undisturbed. The bed unmade, as if left after a morning rising. The indentation of a small child still pressed faintly in the sheets. Sarah's sewing kit, her folded dresses, Briggs's Bible, all remained. Even the family cat was gone. The ship had plenty of food and fresh water. Nothing valuable was missing. The lifeboat, however, was gone. In the captain's logbook, the last entry was dated November 24th, 10 days earlier. The slate log, used for temporary notes during the day, contained a new heading for November 25th, suggesting an entry once existed there but was never copied into the main book. Everything else seemed untouched, except for the people. DeVoe and Wright called across the empty decks once more, but the only answer was the creak of rigging and the hiss of wind. When they returned to De Gratia, they told Morehouse the ship was seaworthy. Its cargo was intact, and perhaps most importantly, it could be salvaged for a large reward. Morehouse ordered DeVoe to take command of the abandoned vessel, along with Wright and Johnson. They patched the torn sails, pumped the water dry, and by nightfall, Mary Celeste was sailing again under ghostly quiet toward Gibraltar, 600 miles away. The voyage was difficult. Another storm struck. For days, the men fought to keep the derelict on course. Yet they succeeded. On December 13th, both ships reached Gibraltar, De Gratia 1 day ahead. The news spread instantly. An American ship found adrift. Her crew vanished without a trace. Officials detained the Mary Celeste and began an inquiry. The first suspicion was foul play. Perhaps the De Gratia's men had murdered Briggs and crew for profit. But examination of the ship revealed no blood, no struggle, no sign of violence. A rusty sword under Briggs's bunk was initially thought to be stained, but chemical tests proved it was only corrosion. No crime, no pirates, no clear reason at all. And yet, 10 people had vanished. In the years since, 1,000 theories have surfaced. Mutiny, storms, madness, sea quakes, even alien abduction. But the simplest explanation is often the hardest to believe. The barrels of alcohol in the hold, 1,007 of them, may have been leaking. The fumes, trapped for days under sealed hatches, could have filled the ship with invisible, explosive vapor. Perhaps on that calm morning of November 25th, Captain Briggs ordered the hatch opened to ventilate the hold. Perhaps the sudden rush of air made the wood groan and snap, the smell of alcohol thick in the air. For a moment, the Mary Celeste herself might have seemed about to explode. Briggs had his wife and child aboard. Panic would have been easy to understand. He may have ordered everyone into the lifeboat just for safety, lowering it on the port side, the one whose rail was missing, and tying a long rope to keep them tethered to the ship. Then, without warning, the weather changed. Gibraltar records show wind and rain swept the Azores later that morning. If the sails caught the gust first, the ship would surge ahead faster than the boat could keep up. The rope could have snapped or been cut to avoid capsizing. The Mary Celeste sailed on. The lifeboat drifted into the Atlantic. It was 6 miles from Santa Maria Island, but with the wind against them, they would never reach it. When the Dei Gratia crew brought the ghost ship to port, they were hailed for courage, questioned for murder, and finally paid a salvage reward, 20% of the ship's value. The court closed its books in March 1873. The families of the lost were never heard from again. In the years that followed, new captains took command of the Mary Celeste, but her reputation was ruined. She was said to be cursed, haunted, unlucky. Some sailors refused to step aboard her, and maybe they were right, because for the rest of her life, wherever she sailed, misfortune followed. Under new ownership, the Mary Celeste tried to live again. For a few years, she sailed the Caribbean and the Mediterranean, but her name carried a shadow. No one wanted to serve aboard the ship that had drifted out of the Atlantic alone. Sailors whispered she was cursed. Captains treated her like bad luck in wooden form. By 1879, she was carrying horses along the African coast when disease struck the cargo. Most of the animals died before the voyage ended. The captain, already ill, collapsed as they reached St. Helena and died hours after the ship made port. The third captain to die while commanding her. She was sold again at a loss to Wesley Grove, who tried to make her profitable in the West Indies trade. 4 years later, desperation turned to fraud. The vessel's owner and her last master, Captain Gilman Parker, hatched a plan to deliberately wreck her for insurance. The declared cargo was said to be worth $25,000, but in truth, it was little more than spoiled fish, beer, and worthless goods. They aimed for the reefs of Turk's Island. Parker's first mate pleaded to choose a safer spot, fearing the reef would kill them all. The captain finally agreed. They would ground her on a shallower bank nearby. It was a calm tropical day when they set their plan in motion. The wind filled every sail, white and full. The Mary Celeste surged ahead toward the line of breaking waves. Her masts groaned, the timbers shuddered, and then came the grinding crash as she struck the coral. Parker ordered the men to take whatever bottles of liquor they wished and abandon ship. Behind them, the Mary Celeste leaned against the reef, waves hammering her sides until the hull began to splinter. In his haste, Parker left his logbook aboard, the same book that had once carried the handwriting of Captain Briggs. When the ship broke apart, that record vanished forever beneath the sea. What we know now about the entries in that log survives only through the transcripts taken during the 1873 inquiry at Gibraltar. Everything else, every daily note, every observation, is gone. Parker and his partners claimed the loss as an accident, hoping to collect the insurance payout. But investigators soon discovered the cargo was nearly worthless. Both ship and owners were charged with fraud. They repaid what they had taken to avoid prison, or worse, a possible hanging for deliberately destroying their own vessel. It hardly mattered. Within 6 months, the 3 men most responsible for the wreck, the owner, the captain, and the mate, were dead. Even the 2 ships that assisted the insurance investigators, the Saxon and the Mary E. Douglas, vanished soon after on their next voyages, taking every soul aboard with them. The curse of the Mary Celeste, it seemed, had claimed its final witnesses, Back in Nova Scotia, the yard at Spencer's Island, where she was built, faded into memory. Nearly 30 other ships were launched there afterward. But people still called the first one the ship that ate with tin spoons. A stone monument now marks the spot, its bronze plaque naming the place where the most infamous vessel of the age first touched the water. Local legend says that when the wreck off Haiti was finally declared a total loss, the yard at Spencer's Island was offered the remains. They refused. "We built her once," one of the old men is said to have replied, and that was enough. More than a century later, in 2001, a research team from Nova Scotia, working with writer Clive Cussler and the company Eco Nova, found what they believed were the remnants of the Mary Celeste off the Haitian coast. She lay tangled in the very reef she had been steered toward in 1884. Fragments of copper sheathing, deck nails, and ballast stones were recovered and confirmed to match the ship's construction. Those relics are now displayed at the Age of Sail Museum in Port Greville, Nova Scotia, just a short drive from the place where she was first built. Visitors can walk among the models, the timber samples, and the displays devoted to her long, improbable story. If you stand there on a quiet afternoon, you can still hear the Fundy tide murmuring beyond the trees. The same tide that lifted the Amazon into life, that carried her to misfortune, that never quite let her rest. Today, the name Mary Celeste has become a synonym for the ghost ship. But perhaps it isn't the ship's emptiness that haunts us. It's the reflection we see in it. A perfect vessel left adrift. Everything in order, everyone gone. The mystery endures not because we love horror, but because it reminds us how fragile order really is. How quickly a calm morning can turn into eternity. And somewhere, beneath the reefs of Haiti, the last timbers of the Mary Celeste still lie under shifting sand and coral. The sea has finally kept her, and it never gives anything back. The Mary Celeste drifted into legend, a ghost ship frozen in time. But as I said before, she was only one of many. Maritime history is filled with stranger stories. Ships that didn't vanish into mist, but exploded in the night, burning thousands alive within sight of the shore. And then, somehow, were forgotten. The steamboat Sultana, America's worst shipwreck. Have you ever heard of the worst maritime disaster in American history? Until I stumbled across an old article in the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette, I hadn't either. And that, somehow, is part of the tragedy. Just days after the Civil War ended, a side-wheel steamboat called Sultana exploded in the quiet darkness of the Mississippi River. A blast so violent it shattered the night and scattered burning timbers for miles. Over 1,000 people were killed, most of them Union soldiers who had just been released from Confederate prison camps. They had survived starvation, disease, and years of war, only to die while finally heading home. But how does something that catastrophic simply vanish from a nation's memory? How could greed, corruption, and neglect erase one of the deadliest moments in American maritime history and leave only silence behind? If you go to Marion, Arkansas, you'll find a small museum that refuses to let that silence win. Inside the Sultana Disaster Museum, local historians still keep what remains: fragments of twisted metal, charred wood, and the stories of men who lived long enough to tell what happened. To understand it, you have to trace the chain of mistakes that loaded nearly 200 souls onto a vessel built to carry only a few hundred. To relive the bravery, the betrayal, and the brief hope that ended in fire. These men had given everything for their country, endured the unthinkable, and were finally on their way home. More than half would never arrive. Picture the Mississippi in the spring of 1865. The war is over, barely. The nation is scarred but breathing again. Paddle wheel steamers crowd the river, carrying passengers, livestock, and dreams of normal life. Their stacks spit smoke into the blue. Their engines throb like the heartbeat of a country trying to live again. These boats weren't just transport. They were freedom made of wood and steam. Floating towns where laughter returned, music played, and soldiers watched the world drift past like a promise. And among them was one vessel named SULTANA, a ship that carried peace and a disaster so great, history tried to bury it. Running a steamboat on the Mississippi was a world apart from the ships of the Atlantic. Out here, there were no vast fleets, no corporate emblems stamped on funnels. Every vessel was its own kingdom, ruled by its captain, built by small river yards, financed by merchants and gamblers, and run on instinct more than law. Before the Civil War, America was still a patchwork of states and territories, each making its own rules. The Mississippi cut through them all like a living artery, untamed, unpredictable, and largely unregulated. A man could sail from Illinois into what was still frontier country, and for hundreds of miles there'd be no federal authority at all. Out here, your safety depended on one thing only: the judgment of the captain. These boats lived fast and died young. 5 years was an old age for a Mississippi steamer. They were built of pine and oak, caulked with tar and rope, quick to burn, easy to replace. If one sank, and many did, a new hull would be framed, a new boiler dropped in, and the old name painted again across the stern. One of those names had already become legend on the river: SULTANA, wife of a sultan. The name had graced 3 ships before, all known for their speed and elegance. The 4th SULTANA would surpass them all, in both fame and infamy. The year was 1862. The nation was at war with itself. The blood of Antietam had barely dried, the deadliest single day in American history. President Abraham Lincoln had issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all enslaved people in Confederate states were free. Far to the west, the lower Mississippi remained under Confederate control, cutting the Union in half. Whoever ruled this river ruled the nation's lifeline. But Union forces under Ulysses S. Grant were closing in, and merchants in the north began preparing for the day when the river and commerce would open again. That year, at John Litherbury's shipyard in Cincinnati, Ohio, 2 grand sidewheel steamers were commissioned. Each cost $60,000, more than $1 million in today's money. One of them would become SULTANA. She was built for Captain Preston Lewick, a man who knew every bend of the river from St. Louis to New Orleans. When she slid into the Ohio on January 2, 1863, she was one of the most advanced steamers ever launched. 260 feet long, powered by 2 high-pressure engines and 4 tubular boilers that promised speed and efficiency. They also carried a hidden risk. These new designs were compact, powerful, and dangerously unforgiving if pushed too far. Her hull was a marvel of craftsmanship, oak ribs strengthened with iron braces, her draft only 5 feet, allowing her to skim across the sandbars and snags that devoured slower vessels. On each side turned a massive paddle wheel, 34 feet across, 11 feet wide, each revolution chewing the river like a heartbeat. Step aboard, and it feels less like a machine than a mansion. The main deck stretched broad and flat, alive with the clang of engines and the low rumble of boilers. Freight and livestock were penned toward the stern, while passengers ascended a polished staircase into another world. The passenger deck glowed with varnished wood and gaslight. At the bow, an open promenade faced the river wind, its carved railings gleaming like the porch of a southern estate. Beyond it lay the Grand Saloon, a long hall lined with dining tables, spittoons, and mirrored lamps that turned every flame into gold. Travelers called it one of the most beautiful interiors on the river. To port sat the purser's office, where money changed hands and mail was sealed in an iron safe. To starboard, the barroom served bourbon, brandy, and cigars alongside coffee for those who needed sobering. Behind a curtain was the ladies' parlor, hung with lace and furnished with a piano for evening recitals. Along both sides, 38 staterooms opened onto the corridor, each with twin berths, a wash basin, and doors to both the saloon and the outer balcony. Spartan by ocean standards, but to a river traveler, this was luxury. Your own room, your own view of the water. Near the paddle wheels, where the vibration was too fierce for sleeping quarters, were the pantry, galley, and lavatories. At the stern hung a sounding yawl, ready to test the river's depth or carry a line ashore. Above, the hurricane deck stretched open under the sun, a place for strolling passengers or stacked freight. Twin smokestacks towered overhead, spitting sparks that glowed like fireflies in the night. To keep the cinders from burning through, the deck was coated with a special fireproof compound, a rare safety measure for its time. Behind the stacks rose the Texas cabin, home to the officers, each with a private berth. And perched above it all, the pilot house, a glass box with a single, enormous wheel recessed into the floor. Thick ropes ran from the wheel down through the decks to the rudder. On either side, speaking tubes allowed the pilot to shout orders to the engineers below without leaving his post. From the riverbank, Sultana looked every inch a symbol of progress, a gleaming promise that technology could conquer the wild Mississippi. But inside her new boilers, pressure was already building, and with it, the seeds of her destruction. The first voyage of the Sultana began on a cold February morning, February 11th, 1863, as she left Cincinnati, her paddle wheels chopping the gray waters of the Ohio River. Her cargo was bound for Pittsburgh, but the journey didn't last long. When the towering twin smokestacks met the iron bridge at Wheeling, West Virginia, then still part of Virginia, she could go no farther. The stacks were simply too tall. The cargo was offloaded, and Captain Preston Lewick was forced to find new work. But even in these early weeks, Sultana's speed and sheer size were impossible to ignore, and that attention wasn't always welcome. The Civil War was still raging, and the Union Army had the legal authority to requisition any steamboat it needed. For a fixed, modest fee, your boat became government property, whether you agreed or not. In between these military contracts, the Sultana ran civilian routes, carving out a name of her own. She was fast, astonishingly fast, and Lewick was proud of her. The first time she reached Memphis, Tennessee, just 3 months after her launch, the captain couldn't resist showing off. He challenged 2 other steamers, the City of Alton and the Belle Memphis, to a race upriver, an event that drew crowds to the levees. The Sultana surged ahead, her wheels beating the water like drums of war. But as she thundered past the banks of Kentucky, Union troops flagged her down. Orders had come. She was to abandon the race immediately and transport soldiers south to Memphis, now a Union stronghold and staging ground for General Ulysses S. Grant's coming campaign toward the Confederate heartland. Sultana turned back, and Belle Memphis, under Captain James Cass Mason, took the victory. Mason, fiercely ambitious and addicted to fame, would soon cross paths with Sultana again, and not for the last time. Within a week, Sultana was pressed into full military service. She joined her sister ship Luminary and 3 others, escorted by the Union gunboat USS Linden. The Linden had once been a civilian vessel too, now armored in iron plating and armed with 6 cannons. Together, they steamed south through hostile territory, carrying hundreds of Union soldiers bound for Vicksburg, Mississippi. At the head of the convoy was the steamer Crescent City. As the formation rounded island number 82 in Arkansas, the silence broke. Cannon fire erupted from the wooded banks. A Confederate ambush. Shells tore through Crescent City's side, showering passengers with splinters and smoke. The Linden reacted instantly. Her guns roared, shredding the trees that hid the Confederate battery. The air filled with thunder, cannon blasts, musket fire, and the sharp, echoing cracks of rifles. Union troops landed under covering fire, storming the island, and drove the Confederates into retreat. By late afternoon, the flotilla reached the outskirts of Vicksburg, just as General Grant began his historic siege. Vicksburg was the keystone of the Confederacy's control over the Mississippi, the link between the western states, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and the eastern half of the South. To take it would be to split the Confederacy in two. SULTANA and her sister ships moored just north of the city, offloading troops and supplies into the mud-churned riverbanks. When the work was done, they loaded back up again, this time with wounded soldiers and captured prisoners of war, bound north to Memphis for treatment and exchange. For the next several weeks, SULTANA ran a brutal circuit between the two cities, ferrying men, munitions, and messages through constant gunfire. She came under small arms attack at least once, bullets striking her hull but failing to do serious harm. On July 4, 1863, after 47 grueling days, Vicksburg finally fell. The stars and stripes rose over the city, and the Mississippi River, the great dividing line of the nation, was now fully under Union control. The war was far from over, but the river was won. With her duty done, SULTANA was discharged from military service. Captain Lewick guided her north to St. Louis, Missouri, where she re-entered the civilian trade route between New Orleans and St. Louis, carrying cotton, passengers, and the ghosts of war still clinging to her decks. She would never sail farther north than St. Louis again. For a while, the SULTANA was just another riverboat, its name appearing quietly in trade ledgers and port records, a vessel reborn in peace. But peace, like calm water, can hide what's waiting beneath. The river changes here. Welcome to St. Louis, Missouri, where the Mississippi widens into a moving plain of bronze water, its far bank already Illinois. Just below what is now the Gateway Arch, the old cobblestone levee still lies buried under time. A century and a half ago, this was alive with whistles, smoke, and voices. Hundreds of sidewheelers sliding in to unload cotton, cattle, soldiers, and hope. The big boats could run their flat hulls straight onto the stone banks, their paddles still turning as men leapt ashore. No docks, no order, just a chaos of steam and shouts and money. From the 1820s through the 1880s, this inland port ranked among the 3 busiest in the United States. And somewhere among those clouds of soot and brass, one name appeared again and again: SULTANA. When she docked here, she could choose any open space along the levee. St. Louis was the end of the line for the great steamers. Beyond this point, the river grew shallow and smaller packets took over. But in 1863, the SULTANA was still new, her paint bright, her brass gleaming in the morning sun. For months she worked the river, carrying both soldiers and civilians. She had become a familiar sight, part war machine, part moving hotel. Yet even in peace, the river was never safe. Late that year, while passing through Louisiana, she came under fire. Rifle shots cracked from the tree line. Confederate guerrillas hidden in the cypress swamp opened up without warning. Bullets sang across the deck, snapping through railings and splintering wood. Women screamed. One passenger fainted. On board were men of the 42nd Ohio Infantry, who dropped to their knees behind the paddle boxes and fired back. Smoke rolled over the decks. Captain Preston Lewick ordered full steam. The engineer opened the valves. The boilers roared. The Sultana lurched forward through the gunfire until the sound of shots faded behind her. When the smoke cleared, her only wound was a scraped coat of paint. A narrow escape paid for with blistered boilers and trembling nerves. By year's end, Lewick had had enough. The endless danger, the stress, the constant pressure to keep running. It was more than a river captain could bear. He sold the ship. News spread fast. The famous Sultana, the swiftest on the Mississippi, was for sale. 4 investors came forward, led by Captain James Cass Mason, the same man who had once raced her in Memphis and lost. Mason was a showman of the river, fearless, impatient, and obsessed with speed. He'd been called a fast pilot, the kind of man who treated boilers like racehorses. But Mason's reputation carried darker stains. He had been caught smuggling uniforms and weapons through Union blockades, selling to both sides of the war. No one ever called him loyal, only lucky. Under his command, luck would run thin. The following summer, Sultana came upon another steamer, the Henry Ames, stranded on a rock and taking on water. Mason maneuvered close, rescuing everyone aboard, even 200 head of cattle bound for market. But days later, fate repaid the favor. Near Cairo, Illinois, Sultana herself struck a hidden reef. Water rushed into her bow. The crew built a makeshift bulkhead out of timber and tar, holding the flood at bay just long enough to limp into port. Repairs were rushed. Within weeks, she was back on the river, and almost immediately found another crippled ship, the MS Mefam, stuck fast on the same reach. Sultana hauled her free, turned back into the current, and hit the very same rock herself. Another hole, another repair. The winter of 1864 froze the river solid. Ice locked the docks for weeks at a time. The Sultana sat moored, burning coal just to keep her pipes from splitting, her owners bleeding money into the cold. By early 1865, Mason was desperate. When the ice finally broke, he drove the Sultana south again, the first commercial steamer to brave the river that year. He needed to erase the losses of the past months, and he would risk anything to do it. To keep her afloat, he sold most of his shares, but remained captain. He joined a loose alliance of struggling vessels called the Merchant and People's Steamship Company, hoping for a federal transport contract. But winter's retreat brought a new enemy: flood. Before the levees of the modern Mississippi, the spring melt could drown half the valley. In 1865, the river rose until it spilled across farms and towns, spreading out for miles. Federal levee funds had been diverted to the war. Earthen banks had collapsed. The Mississippi became an inland sea, 5 miles wide in places, dotted with the rooftops of half-submerged houses. When the Sultana left New Orleans that April, she didn't follow the river's bends. She cut straight through drowned fields and forests, her paddle wheels churning over what had once been roads and fences. For 4 days and 7 hours she thundered north, carving new channels through the floodplain, until the steeples of St. Louis rose from the mist. She had broken the record, the fastest upriver run ever made. In celebration, Captain Mason was presented with a pair of elk antlers, which he proudly mounted between the smokestacks so everyone could see. It was his way of saying, "Sultana is queen of the river." But that glory came at a terrible price. The constant repairs had left the boilers thin and blistered. Engineers whispered that the metal had been overheated, that seams were warped and seams patched too often. They ran her light on water to build speed, a trick every river engineer knew could make a boat faster, and also make it a bomb. One mechanic later recalled seeing the steel burnt to blue, a sign of heat damage that should have grounded the ship for months. Instead, the captain demanded another run, By early April, the chief engineer had had enough. He walked off the boat, saying he no longer trusted its safety or the man commanding it. Yet Mason pressed on. Pride and debt left no room for hesitation. That spring, the Sultana had even acquired a mascot, a 6-foot alligator, kept in a wooden crate near the paddle wheel. Sailors tossed scraps to it for luck. It snapped at anything that moved. A fitting pet, perhaps, for a ship sailing toward its own jaws. Meanwhile, the world around them was collapsing and rebuilding all at once. April 1865. Richmond had fallen. The Confederate capital was in flames. General Robert E. Lee was in retreat. The gray lines that had once stretched across the South were dissolving into hunger and surrender. Across the ruined countryside, thousands of soldiers stumbled homeward through smoke and silence. But behind the lines lay a deeper misery. More than 200,000 prisoners of war still languished in camps on both sides. Places like Andersonville in Georgia and Cahaba near Selma, Alabama. They were skeletons wrapped in rags, living on handfuls of cornmeal a day. Not from cruelty alone, but because the South itself was starving. Guards fainted from hunger beside their captives. When photographs from those camps began to reach the North, even battle-hardened men turned away. Everyone knew the war was ending. Both sides began exchanging prisoners, desperate to empty the camps before disease finished what bullets had begun. On April 1st, Confederate officials began moving freed Union prisoners from Cahaba prison toward Vicksburg, where they would be handed over to the Union Army. The men who staggered off those trains were half dead, starving, fevered, hollow-eyed. They would need to be shipped north by steamboat to hospitals and muster stations in Illinois. That was when the Merchant and People's Steamship Companies stepped forward. They had ships. They had captains. And they had one vessel big enough to carry them all. Sultana. It was the kind of contract a desperate man could only dream of. High pay, guaranteed profit. And so, in the flood season of spring 1865, Captain James Cass Mason once again sent his gleaming steamer down south, not to carry gold, not to carry cotton, not to carry livestock, but to take on that special cargo, a voyage filled with suffering, yet immensely profitable. The broken soldiers believed the nightmare was over. When the Sultana docked at St. Louis for her annual inspection, the Civil War was finally drawing to an end. Those scattered Confederate forces still fought on. The Union had already won. And so, on April 13th, 1865, the Sultana cast off from St. Louis for what would be the last time in her history. The next night, a single gunshot changed America forever. On April 14th, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln and his wife Mary Todd Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. As the audience laughed, a small Derringer pistol fired. Lincoln was struck in the back of the head by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer and actor. Booth leapt from the presidential box onto the stage, breaking his leg on impact, yet still raised a dagger high and shouted the Latin phrase, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants. Then he fled into the darkness, vanishing into the night. It was part of a larger plot, a Confederate revenge conspiracy aimed at assassinating the key leaders of the Union. Booth's bullet was the only one that struck its mark. Lincoln lay mortally wounded that night and died the following morning, April 15th, 1865. While America plunged into grief, the Sultana was hundreds of miles away, moored at Cairo, Illinois, near the southernmost edge of Union-controlled waters. Captain James Cass Mason was among the first men on the river to hear the terrible news. Telegraph lines carried the message like wildfire. Cairo sat at the boundary where communication from the north ended. All southern lines had been cut or destroyed during the war. Mason realized what that meant. He knew something no one in the south yet knew. He gathered stacks of freshly printed newspapers, loaded them aboard his ship, and gave the order to depart at dawn. The Sultana's flag was lowered to half-mast, and strips of black cloth were hung along her railings like funeral drapes. At every town she passed, the crew shouted the news from the decks, throwing newspapers to the crowds that gathered along the muddy banks, spreading word of the nation's loss down the Mississippi like a floating obituary. The startling and painful intelligence received at 3 o'clock this morning will throw a pall of gloom over the rejoicing of a victorious nation. President Lincoln is probably no more. The country mourns the loss of a wise and honest statesman. The hand of treason has accomplished its devilish work. The Daily State Journal, Springfield, Illinois, April 15th, 1865. Southward she went, carrying both freight and sorrow. As the Sultana neared Memphis, Union gunboats like the Pocahontas patrolled the river, hunting down Confederate steamers that might still carry arms or fugitives. On shore, scattered Southern cavalry detachments watched from hiding, unwilling to accept surrender. One of them was Frank Hardin Barton, a Confederate cavalryman concealed in a dugout canoe among the reeds. He carried orders authorizing raids against Union vessels. To him, the war was not over, and every ship flying the stars and stripes was still an enemy. From his hiding place, Barton watched as the Sultana drifted past, her decks draped in mourning cloth, the black ribbons fluttering against the wind. The following day, she docked at Memphis, distributing the newspapers and the dreadful news. From there, she continued south, her crew calling out the assassination to every riverside settlement they passed. Mason saw opportunity in the tragedy. He wanted the Sultana to be remembered as the first ship to bear the news of Lincoln's death, a messenger of history itself. The name stuck, but not the way he hoped. By the time she reached Vicksburg, some had already begun calling her the Messenger of Death. On the evening of April 17, 1865, Sultana tied up at the Vicksburg levee, still in full mourning dress. Captain Mason held a small reception aboard the ship, welcoming a few guests, among them a Union quartermaster named Captain Reuben Hatch. Hatch, it was said, had once been a friend of Lincoln's, but he didn't seem especially shaken by the news. His interests, like Mason's, were business. Hatch was in charge of military supplies and transport for the region, one of the men overseeing the repatriation of thousands of newly released Union prisoners. And like Mason, he had a reputation for corruption. In the early years of the war, while serving as quartermaster at Cairo, Illinois, Hatch had been caught embezzling funds, buying horses, wood, and coal at low prices, then billing the government at inflated rates and pocketing the difference. He kept 2 sets of books to hide the theft. When Ulysses S. Grant took command at Cairo, he ordered Hatch arrested. But Hatch had powerful friends, including President Lincoln himself. He wrote directly to Lincoln pleading for reinstatement, and with political backing from his brother, a state official in Illinois, Hatch was released. Not once, but twice. Eventually, he was reassigned to Vicksburg as a quartermaster, where his dealings continued under a less watchful eye. By the time the Sultana arrived, Hatch and Mason likely knew each other already. That night, over whiskey and the soft glow of river lamps, Hatch made an offer. The federal government was paying transport companies per head for each freed prisoner returned to the North. A fixed rate for soldiers, higher for officers. Hatch promised Mason at least 1,000 passengers if Mason would agree to give him a cut of the commission. It was a simple deal. Easy money. Mason agreed. They shook hands, and Hatch left the ship. The Sultana continued south, still draped in mourning, still carrying the symbol of death downriver. She reached New Orleans on the morning of April 19th, her decks heavy with the weight of both grief and ambition. Though the city was Confederate by geography, its people wept for Lincoln as though he were one of their own. Captain Mason, meanwhile, was intoxicated by his own fame. Newspapers in Vicksburg even published a short poem in his honor. Sultana draped in black glides softly down the stream, bearing the tidings of sorrow to every shore, till every lip trembles and every heart grows heavy with woe. That Lincoln, Seward now are no more, by the hand of the assassin vile. Captain Mason brings the news to the land. While docked at New Orleans, Sultana underwent minor maintenance. Mason busied himself finding freight and paying passengers for the return trip north. The contract with Hatch guaranteed around 1,000 freed soldiers. But Mason wanted more. He wanted every inch of space sold, filled, and profitable. By the time she was ready to leave, 40 civilian passengers had bought tickets. The ship's holds were packed with 150 tons of cargo, including over 100 live animals. Among the travelers were the Spikes family of 8. Jenny Perry, wife of a Union naval engineer heading home alone. Newlyweds, Seth and Hannah Harden, and Lieutenant Harvey Annis, who was ill and being discharged from service. His wife Anne and their 7-year-old daughter Belle had come all the way to New Orleans to meet him and bring him home. Also aboard was Enoch Bent, a newly elected justice of the peace from Wisconsin, returning north after burying his son. The passengers found their cabins warm and comfortable, unaware that the ship beneath them had already been patched, pushed, and tested to the breaking point. And somewhere upriver in Vicksburg, Captain Reuben Hatch was preparing for Sultana's return, and the deal that would turn greed into tragedy. Friday, April 21st, 1865. The Sultana pushed off from New Orleans under a veil of thick black smoke, her twin paddle wheels clawing north against the flood-swollen Mississippi. Every piston stroke fought the weight of the river. Every turn of the wheels strained her overworked boilers. But when the steamer was about 100 miles south of Vicksburg, something went wrong. A sudden hiss, a dip in pressure. One of the forward seams on the port boiler had cracked, bleeding steam into the air. The great ship slowed to a crawl. By the time Sultana limped into Vicksburg, her deck smelled of burnt coal and wet wood. She was there not only to repair the crippled boiler, but to take on a new kind of cargo. Hundreds of Union soldiers recently freed from Confederate prisons, men barely alive, starved and skeletal, yet burning with one word that had kept them breathing through hell itself. Home. Chief Engineer Nathan Wintringer went ashore and found a local boilermaker for an emergency repair. The man took one look at the ship and shook his head. "If I can't do it right," he told Wintringer, "I won't touch it." He wanted time to cut, fit, and replace the ruptured plate properly. But time was something Captain James Cass Mason had no interest in. He promised that once they reached St. Louis, the Sultana would undergo a full overhaul. Reluctantly, the man agreed. When he examined the boiler, his face turned grim. The metal was scorched, its surface blistered. A sure sign the boilers had been run too hot with too little water. A reckless trick captains use to boost speed and pressure for river races. It made a ship fly, and it could make it explode. He warned Wintringer flatly, "If you keep running her like this, something terrible will happen." The engineer ignored him, and clearly, he did so with Captain Mason's approval. The crack was patched over with a thin plate, hammered tight, and painted with false confidence. While hammers rang through the hull, another kind of scheming was underway on shore. Quartermaster Reuben Hatch, corrupt to the bone, had found a way to turn this moment of relief into profit. He accused fellow officers in Vicksburg of taking bribes from other steamboat owners, manipulating his superiors until only vessels that shared profits with him would be authorized to carry soldiers. SULTANA was first on that list. When Mason returned, the two men reinforced each other's plan, convincing the officers above them that all released prisoners from Camp Fisk, just outside Vicksburg, should be placed on one ship, the SULTANA. There was never any written proof of a bribe, but the outcome spoke for itself. Instead of 1,000 soldiers, the SULTANA was assigned nearly 2,000, on a vessel certified for 376. It was a staggering level of overcrowding, but the money Mason and Hatch would pocket doubled as well. It took days to ready the men and finish repairs. During that time, other steamboats arrived, offering to share the load and transport prisoners north. Mason and Hatch fought them off with lies and whispers, convincing Union officers that no other ship could be trusted. They held the prisoners back in camp longer than necessary, then crammed them aboard the SULTANA like livestock, trading human suffering for a few $1,000s more. It was greed, pure and undisguised. 3 trains from Camp Fisk rolled down to the Vicksburg landing, packed with the war's miserable prisoners. They shuffled down the gangways, silent, frail, wrapped in army blankets that hung from their bones. Within minutes, the SULTANA's main deck was full. Then the stairways. Then the hurricane deck. Men climbed the paddle boxes, clung to railings, slept on every inch of exposed wood. The ship sagged visibly under the weight. Crewmen jammed extra beams beneath the upper deck to keep it from collapsing. The planks moaned underfoot. Officers on shore shouted warnings. "She can't carry this many." But Hatch brushed them off. "I'll take care of it," he said, and disappeared. When a few desperate soldiers tried to disembark and find another boat, a rumor spread like wildfire. Every other vessel in Vicksburg had smallpox aboard. The panic reversed instantly. Within hours, the gangways flooded again as terrified men rushed back to the SULTANA, preferring overcrowding to infection. By the end of the day, the decks were a single carpet of humanity. Men sitting shoulder to shoulder, pressed against rails and stairwells, lying head to toe beneath the open sky. The official count was 1,966 soldiers, though historian Jean-Eric Saliker, comparing the rosters of Camp Fisk with hospital and regimental records, later estimated the true number at around 1,950, a difference hardly worth mentioning. Add to that the crew, civilian passengers, a traveling theater troupe bound for Memphis, hundreds of horses, and even the ship's strange pet, a 6-foot alligator kept in a wooden crate, and there were nearly 2,200 souls aboard. That made SULTANA as crowded as the Titanic on a vessel barely 1/3 her size. No river steamboat in American history had ever carried so many people. "I just hope nothing happens," one crewman muttered. The cargo, those homebound men, was worth roughly $6,500 in 1865, about $130,000 today. Most people said captains earned $5 per enlisted man, $10 per officer, but the real pay depended on distance. $1 for the first 100 miles, 50 cents for each 100 thereafter. From Vicksburg to Cairo, Mason stood to earn $3.75 per private and nearly $10 per officer, a small fortune for one trip. When loading finally ended, the ship's upper deck bowed, the support beams bent, and the crew had to brace them with timber posts. Still, no one aboard seemed afraid. To the soldiers, it was crowded, but it was freedom. They had lived shoulder to shoulder in prison camps far worse than this. Now, there was open air, food, the sound of a river that led north to home. Union officers were given cabins in the passenger saloon. Enlisted men filled every deck and stairway. A few civilians still held private quarters. Only 35 Union officers from among the prisoners were permitted to move freely through the saloon. Among them was Sergeant Alexander Brown of the 2nd Ohio Infantry. Astonished to learn that his family already knew he was on the Sultana and had somehow booked him a first-class stateroom. He sat down in the dining room, ate his first real meal in months, then filled his hands with bread and fruit and carried it back out to his comrades on deck. Below, the ship's alligator mascot, constantly teased by the soldiers, was finally moved by the crew into a small room under the staircase, away from the crowd. When night fell, the Sultana pulled away from Vicksburg, her black smoke curling upward like a funeral shroud. Private Charles Eldridge of Tennessee found a warm spot near the smokestack, leaned back, and watched the sunset fade behind the flooded trees. He later said it was the happiest day of his life. Laughter spread across the decks. Some sang. Some simply stared into the dark, whispering prayers of disbelief. They had survived war, disease, and starvation. Surely fate had no more cruelty left to give. Sergeant William Buchanan of the 93rd Indiana Infantry put their feelings into words. These poor men had just come from the most horrible prisons of the South after months of untold suffering, and now, at last, they were nearing home. Home. Oh God, how that word sustained them. They had longed for it by day and dreamed of it by night. Through months of pain and starvation, the thought of it had kept them alive. And now, they were almost there. That single word, home, was all they had ever wanted. They could already imagine the arms of wives waiting on doorsteps, the trembling kisses of children, the tears of mothers who had prayed for a miracle, and the proud handshakes of fathers who feared their sons were lost forever. And far to the north, in towns across Ohio, Indiana, and Wisconsin, families had seen their names printed in the newspaper lists from Camp Fisk. They were waiting, watching the river, believing their sons were finally coming home. That night, nearly 2,200 souls lay packed together on creaking decks, while deep below them, a thin patch of scorched iron held back a storm. The river swelled and whispered beneath the hull, and the Sultana drifted onward into history. Morning, April 25th, 1865. The Mississippi was smooth and gold under the rising sun, the air heavy with the smell of coal smoke and warm river water. The Sultana pressed north against the current, her paddle wheels chopping through the flood like giant wooden hands. Inside the passenger saloon, stewards in white aprons served breakfast to the officers and civilians. Hot coffee, biscuits, and eggs brought up from the galley. Out on the open decks, the story was different. The enlisted men received their daily ration: a strip of raw pork, a handful of hardtack, and a tin cup of river water. Some tried to cook the meat on the hot iron plates above the boilers, if they could fight their way through the crush of bodies. Most simply ate it cold, tearing it with their teeth while the sun climbed higher over the muddy banks. The Sultana had only a few toilets, nowhere near enough for nearly 2,000 men, and many of those aboard were suffering from dysentery picked up in prison camps, so they improvised. Someone took the ship's fire axes and hacked rough holes through the wooden covers of both paddle boxes. Those became the makeshift latrines. The waste fell straight into the spinning wheels below, which, with each turn, threw up a burst of water that washed the openings clean again. A grotesque but effective self-flushing system. The red-painted fire buckets that hung along the passageways didn't escape reuse either. The sand inside was dumped out, and the buckets quietly turned into emergency privies. Even so, as eyewitnesses later recalled, the soldiers remained astonishingly orderly. They were loud, yes, laughing, singing, restless, but not unruly. It was joy more than chaos, a kind of manic relief that they were alive and free. Whenever another steamboat passed, the men would surge to one side of the Sultana, waving and cheering, hats spinning through the air. Hundreds of bodies shifting at once made the whole vessel tilt dangerously. One paddle wheel would lift completely out of the water while the other dug deep, churning. The deckhands shouted, "Hold still, damn it! You'll flip her!" The officers screamed orders. Below, in the engine room, Chief Engineer Nathan Wintringer could feel every sway through the deck plates. Each time the Sultana leaned, he sprinted to the boilers, eyes fixed on the pressure gauge. Every roll of the ship risked catastrophe, though few on deck realized it. One survivor, Lewis Bean, who had boarded late at Vicksburg, remembered the scene vividly. "Every time the boat tipped," he said, "the engineers ran for the boilers. They were afraid one of them would go, and so was I." That fear, that flicker of panic deep in the hull, was the first tremor of what was coming. Let's pause for a moment to understand why the danger was so great. The Sultana's boilers were of the tubular type, a relatively modern design for its time. Instead of a simple box filled with water, these boilers contained dozens of long metal flues, pipes running from the firebox through a great water tank. Inside the tubes, roaring heat from the burning coal raced toward the smokestacks. Outside the tubes, cool water waited to absorb that heat. The metal walls of each tube conducted the energy outward, boiling the water into high-pressure steam, which then powered the great paddle wheels. When operated properly, it was efficient, even elegant. But if the water level dropped too low, or if the ship listed sharply to one side, the system turned lethal. Picture this. The Sultana leans to starboard as the soldiers rush to see another boat. The water inside the boilers sloshes away from one row of flues, leaving them exposed. They glow red-hot within seconds, no longer cooled by water. Then the crowd shifts back, and the ship leans to port. Suddenly, the scalding water rushes over the glowing metal. The reaction is instant. A violent burst of steam that sends pressure soaring inside the boiler. And if the iron has been weakened by cracks or patchwork repairs, that sudden spike can tear it apart in an instant. That was the risk Sultana carried inside her, like a bomb hidden under her decks. Wintringer checked the patched boiler regularly. Each time he found the joint still holding. Maybe he convinced himself it would last until St. Louis. Maybe Mason told him it had to. Either way, the fate of more than 2,000 people now depended on that single seam of scorched iron, beating in time with every pulse of the engines. Outside, the river glittered under the April sun. The men sang louder. They didn't know that with every cheer, every shift of weight, every rise and fall of the ship's hull, the line between life and death was stretching thinner, trembling like hot metal. April 26, 1865, 7:00 a.m. The Sultana came into view of Helena, Arkansas, her paddle wheels churning through a river swollen far beyond its banks. The Mississippi had drowned half the town. Rooftops and treetops were the only things left above the waterline. On the muddy levee stood a local photographer, Thomas W. Banks. His camera perched on a tripod, the lens covered by a black cloth fluttering in the morning wind. He knew what he was seeing was history. A ship so impossibly crowded that the decks looked alive. He lifted the lens cap and captured a single glass plate image. That photograph, taken that morning in Helena, remains the only known picture of the Sultana's final voyage. If you look closely at the faded image today, the grainy deck, the sea of faces, you can still pick out fragments of the living. There's Captain James Cass Mason, standing near the port rail, shouting orders, his hat tilted, his arm raised. He's angry. You can almost sense it, because the ship is listing again. Someone's laundry flutters from the railing. A shirt, a blanket, drying in the spring sun. Near the bow, that faint blur is Lucy Smith, remembered by survivors as the girl who sang on the passenger deck. That taller figure standing above the crowd isn't a giant. He's simply balanced on the ship's only lifeboat, trying to catch the breeze. And in the lower corner, barely visible, the heads of horses, the ship's cargo, restless and unaware. That single image froze Sultana's last calm morning in time. By nightfall, the steamer reached Memphis, Tennessee, and tied up to unload cargo, mostly livestock and sugar. She was scheduled to stop for 4 hours. The officers allowed the soldiers to go ashore for the first time in weeks. They scattered into the lamplit streets. Some wandered toward the theaters. Some simply walked the levee just to feel dry land again. Local residents, hearing who these men were, prisoners newly released from the South's hellish camps, gathered food, blankets, even small coins to press into their hands. There were no uniforms left without patches. No man among them who didn't look half-starved. But for the first time, they were being welcomed home. A few, like those who went to see a play, didn't make it back in time. At 11 p.m., the Sultana whistled, cast off from the Memphis wharf, and began to drift north under a clear, starry sky. One soldier, Private George Downing, had been among those still on shore. When he reached the empty dock and saw the black plume disappearing upriver, he panicked. He found a small skiff, paid a ferryman everything he had, and begged to be rowed after the Sultana. Somewhere out in midstream, they caught up. Downing climbed aboard, breathless, and in doing so, sealed his fate. Before the night was over, he would be dead. Around midnight, most of the senior officers were asleep. Captain Mason had turned in. Chief Engineer Wintringer had too. Command was left to First Mate William Rowberry and Pilot George Clayton in the wheelhouse. When the Sultana finished taking on coal and wood at a mid-river fueling barge, she pushed off again, heading north into a river transformed by flood. It was no longer half a mile wide, as the Mississippi usually was. It was 3 to 5 miles across, a rolling inland sea. Entire islands were gone, only the tips of trees marked where land had once been. Rowberry and Clayton steered close to the Tennessee shoreline, where the current was gentler. The engines throbbed softly, keeping the patched boilers at low pressure, cautious after the earlier repair in Vicksburg. To understand what came next, you have to picture the river the way it was then. Not the disciplined channel we know today, hemmed by levees, but a wild, breathing creature. 9 miles north of Memphis, the Mississippi curves sharply west, swinging around a tongue of land known as Redmond Point. There, the current turns vicious, a tangle of swirls and backflows that can shove a steamboat sideways without warning. As Sultana entered the bend, her engineers released some water from the boilers, a standard trick to make more room for steam, giving her extra power for the climb. But it was a dangerous gamble. Less water meant less protection for the iron tubes inside. The steamer eased through the turn, her bow slicing between floating logs and drowned branches. To escape the turbulent flow, Rowberry ordered the pilot to cross the river, to angle westward toward the calmer Arkansas side. As she veered, the current slammed into her starboard flank, pushing the hull sideways. The ship tilted slightly to port, just a few degrees, barely noticeable on deck, but enough to shift the water inside her boilers. For several long minutes, the Sultana ran at that angle, steam hissing, the crowd above asleep in tangled rows of bodies. In the darkness below, the flues inside the port boiler began to glow. April 27th, 1865, just after 1:00 a.m. Down in the engine room, Samuel Clemens, not the writer Mark Twain, but the Sultana's weary night engineer, frowned at the hissing gauge glass. The boilers were struggling again. The Mississippi's current at Redmond Point was brutal, clawing against the paddle wheels, and the ship needed more power to stay on course. He knew the orders: keep the pressure low. But the river didn't care about orders. Clemens leaned closer to the gauge. The water inside was boiling violently, bubbling and foaming, which made the level look higher than it really was. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Still not enough pressure. He cracked open the feed valve a little wider, draining water to give the steam more room to expand. The needle crept higher. He closed the valve again, and that's when it happened. A shrill metallic scream cut through the machinery, a sound like steel being torn apart. The gauge quivered. The pressure climbed faster. Inside the boilers, the flues were running dry, their iron skins turning red hot in the darkness. Up on deck, a few soldiers stirred from their sleep. They heard the strange hiss beneath their feet, like the river itself exhaling, and began backing away from the engine housing. Below, the boilers pulsed, trembling on the edge of their limits. As the Sultana finished crossing the river toward the Arkansas side, she began to right herself after a long, slow list. It was a tiny shift, the kind that wouldn't even spill a cup of coffee. But it changed everything. The sloshing water inside the boilers rushed back over the glowing flues. In an instant, the overheated metal flashed the water into steam. Pressure spiked faster than the relief valves could release it. And then, boom! The first boiler went, then the second. Within half a heartbeat, 3 of the 4 exploded simultaneously. The blast tore through the Sultana's core. Not the repaired patch, but the very heart of her iron body. The Texas deck vanished in a flash of white fire. The pilot house disintegrated. The 2 towering smokestacks twisted and tore loose, dangling for a breathless second, before one smashed down through the stern and the other crashed onto the forward deck, crushing dozens beneath it. A geyser of steam, flame, and shattered timber shot hundreds of feet into the air. The upper decks collapsed like a trap door, sending sleeping men plunging into the inferno below. The paddle boxes split open. One wheel hung half-submerged, spinning uselessly as the Sultana shuddered and froze midstream. It wasn't a fire at first. It was a steam explosion, a weapon of pressure and physics. The fire came moments later, when the falling debris ignited the coal bunkers and the ship's wooden beams. Flames raced along the decks, fed by paint, tar, and oil. The boiler's own inferno had now consumed the ship. The upper deck sagged inward, forming a funnel of fire down to the engine room, a literal mouth to hell. Soldiers and passengers tumbled into it before they could even cry out. Some tried to fight the flames. A few remembered the red fire buckets and ran to grab them, only to find them empty, because they'd been used as latrines and never refilled. Panic swallowed reason. Men leapt overboard, some already ablaze, hitting the black, ice-cold flood of the Mississippi. The shock of the water silenced their screams. The first mate was blown clear into the river. The pilot was flung skyward, landing in the burning wreckage where the boilers had been seconds earlier. Hundreds were tossed into the air as if the river itself had erupted beneath them. Many had been prisoners of war for months, starving and sick, men too weak to swim. Most never resurfaced. Captain James Cass Mason was in his cabin when the blast ripped through the Texas deck. His quarters miraculously held together. He staggered out onto what was left of the upper deck and began shouting orders, trying to steady the survivors. But when he saw the flames spreading faster than men could run, the horror set in. He started throwing everything that could float overboard: chairs, doors, barrels, even window shutters, shouting for men in the water to grab hold. A few sailors managed to find some of the fire buckets, dumped out the sand, and began hauling river water up the side. But the distance between the surface and the flames was too great. By the time one bucket reached the deck, the fire had doubled in size. The SULTANA was burning from the inside out. Beneath the collapsing timbers, trapped soldiers screamed for help. One by one, their voices were drowned by the roar of the fire. That night produced stories of heroism and cowardice, side by side. The first act of cowardice came minutes after the explosion. 5 crewmen from the night watch sprinted aft toward the lead line skiff, a small boat used for sounding the river's depth. Without hesitation, they lowered it and jumped in. One of them had his wife aboard. She screamed his name, begging him to come back. But they rowed away into the darkness. "Real cowards," one survivor would later say. The SULTANA had one other true lifeboat, stowed on the top deck. About 100 desperate men swarmed it, prying it loose and heaving it into the river. It struck the heads of soldiers already thrashing in the water, killing several instantly. Others leapt in after it, piling onto it in the dark. A man jumped holding a wooden plank for balance. It pierced the boat's side. Within seconds, the only lifeboat sank beneath the weight. Below deck, dozens of soldiers were still alive in the cargo hold, trapped behind hatches that could only be opened from above. The flames moved fast, filling the lower compartments with choking smoke. Private Ogilvy Hamlin of Michigan, who had lost an arm in the war, heard their screams. He and a friend forced their way to the hatch, pried it open with one good arm and sheer will. The lid burst upward, and a rush of black smoke erupted as gasping men poured out, coughing, weeping, half naked, half burned. On deck, chaos was absolute. The SULTANA was now a floating torch drifting with the current. Captain Mason tried to lift debris to free trapped soldiers, but his strength was gone. Those around him were stunned to see the commanding man barely able to move a plank. "I'm too weak, he said quietly. Most of the men pinned beneath the wreckage never made it out. As the ship disintegrated, men begged their comrades to throw them into the river rather than let the fire take them. Many did, tears streaming, praying as they let their friends fall into the black water. Near the bow, 2 gangplanks hung from their chains. One fell gently, drifting downstream and carrying a handful of men who clung to it. The other snapped loose and crashed down onto those swimming below, killing many. These were hardened soldiers, survivors of Gettysburg, Shiloh, and Antietam, men who had faced cannons and sabers and starvation. Yet afterward, those who lived would say, no battlefield was ever like that. Nothing, not even war, was like the SULTANA. Over 2,000 men fought for their lives that night as the burning wreck drifted silently down the flooded Mississippi. And they were not alone on board. Today, if you drive 40 minutes west of Memphis, you'll find the quiet town of Marion, Arkansas. A place most travelers speed past without ever realizing that, not far beneath its soil, lies the resting place of the SULTANA. In a single-story brick building on Washington Street sits the SULTANA Disaster Museum, small, local, but filled with heart. Every photo, every artifact inside exists for one purpose: to keep the memory alive of what remains the deadliest maritime disaster in U.S. history. Among the black and white photographs in its glass cases, 3 stand together: a man, a woman, and a little girl. The Annis family. Visitors pause at their faces, not knowing that in the final hours of the Sultana, their story unfolded like something out of scripture. When the explosion tore through the ship, Harvey, Anne, and 7-year-old Isabel Annis were asleep in their cabin. The blast threw them awake. They opened the door toward the main saloon and were met with a wave of scalding steam that seared their skin. Choking, they turned for the other exit, the one leading to the open deck, but the door frame had jammed shut from the blast. Harvey forced it open. He grabbed 2 cork life preservers, strapped one around Anne, one around himself. Isabel was too small. The straps wouldn't hold her tiny body. The corridor outside was already filled with smoke and men shouting. Curtains and wall moldings were burning like kindling. The 3 fought their way toward the stern, where the air was clearer. At the rear of the passenger cabin were small windows overlooking the paddle wheels. Harvey climbed through one, hoisting Isabel out first. Anne followed, but chaos struck. A falling passenger crashed into her, knocking her sideways and down through an open cargo hatch. By the time she crawled back up, coughing and half-blinded, Harvey and Isabel were gone. They had jumped, believing she was right behind them. Anne leapt too. The water was freezing. Her life belt twisted around her chest, dragging her sideways. She fought to right herself, thrashing until her hands found the iron rudder post, still attached to the stern. She clung there, trembling, praying, until her muscles began to fail. Downriver, Harvey and Isabel found a floating cabin door. Isabel, still in her white nightdress, sat on it while her father held tight beside her. Survivors later said they saw a man and a child on a door near the Arkansas shore. Then a sudden whirlpool spun them around. The girl slipped. Harvey dove after her. Neither surfaced again. Back at the stern, Anne felt another blast shake the wreck, the second explosion, from the coal bunker. Flaming oil sprayed across the river and onto her skin. Her nightgown caught fire. She let go, screaming, and drifted away, clinging to a charred board. She would survive, but burned beyond recognition. Another woman on board that night was Jenny Perry, traveling alone to rejoin her husband, an engineer stationed in the north. When the Sultana erupted, she jumped into the river and was swept into the chaos of debris and bodies. Sergeant Albert King, also thrown into the water, later testified. Each time I came up, someone fell on me. The river was full of men. When I surfaced again, I saw a woman struggling. I swam to her. That woman was Jenny Perry. King grabbed her arm, and together they clung to a broken beam, kicking toward the Arkansas shore. Hours later, they reached a half-submerged tree. Jenny pulled off her wedding ring, the only thing left she owned, and pressed it into King's palm. "Take it," she said, "for saving my life." At the museum in Marion, not far from where they were found, there's a glass case devoted to one of the strangest survivors of all, Private William Lugan, and his alligator collection. Lugan had been known on the Sultana for tending to the ship's pet alligator, kept in a wooden crate near the main deck. When the fire erupted, men leapt into the river in panic, and rumors spread fast. The alligator's loose. Some soldiers later swore they saw it gliding through the firelight, and many feared it more than the flames. But the truth, according to Lugan's own account, was even stranger. He found the crate still intact, the animal thrashing inside. Thinking fast, he killed it with his bayonet, dumped the body, and rolled the empty crate into the water, climbing in to use it as a lifeboat. He floated for miles that way, the box half sinking, half spinning in the current, until fishermen pulled him out near Memphis. For the rest of his life, he carried trinkets carved with alligators, pipes, lockets, match cases. all gifts from fellow veterans who called him the man who rowed the Gator to freedom. Later testimonies claimed another group of sailors entered the engine compartment trying to fight the fire, only to see the wounded alligator, somehow still alive, writhing in the glowing coals. They fled. No one knows what became of it. Most believe it perished in the flames. By now, the Sultana was little more than a drifting torch. The fire had eaten halfway down the hull. Around 500 men still crowded near the bow, clinging to the last dry space left on the ship. For a brief, desperate moment, they thought they were safe. The wind blew the flames backward, and the fallen smokestack formed a wall of steel between them and the fire. Then the port paddle box, the great wooden housing over the left wheel, collapsed, crashing into the water but still tethered to the ship. The sudden drag spun the Sultana around 180 degrees, swinging her burning side directly into the wind. The flames roared forward like a living thing, sweeping over the bow where the survivors stood. One by one, they began jumping. Seconds later, the starboard paddle box followed, breaking away and drifting free. Both giant wheel housings, the very engines that had carried the Sultana, now floated as makeshift rafts. Dozens of men clung to them, the lucky few who found buoyancy in the wreckage. By 2:40 a.m., just 40 minutes after the first explosion, both paddle boxes had detached completely. The river carried them downstream, glowing like lanterns. Most of the men in the water couldn't swim. In 1865, few Americans could. The flood current tore at them, spun them in whirlpools, dragged them under. But the same flood that doomed the ship also offered the faintest chance of survival. Along both banks, trees half submerged in the high water formed natural lifelines. Men clawed at branches, wrapping their arms around trunks slick with mud. Some hung there until dawn. By 3 a.m., the Sultana was nearly silent. Only a few voices left, echoing off the river. The once grand steamboat that had carried the news of Lincoln's death, that had raced through the heart of a nation reborn from war, was now a smoldering ruin drifting through the darkness. And the Mississippi, cold, wide and indifferent, carried her remains into history. And then, out of the fog, a shape appeared upriver. It was the Bostonia II, a sturdy side-wheeler under Captain John Watson, bound for St. Louis. At first, the crew thought the red glow ahead was a forest fire. But as they rounded the bend, the truth revealed itself. A steamboat engulfed in flame, surrounded by hundreds of men thrashing in the flooded Mississippi. Watson's heart sank. He ordered the engines cut and steered in as close as he dared. Any nearer, and the heat would have set Bostonia ablaze too. The crew lowered every skiff they had, tossing chairs, barrels, and planks overboard. Anything that could float. They pulled men from the water, some screaming, some silent. Their bodies blackened by fire or bone white from shock. One passenger on the Bostonia personally hauled 8 soldiers aboard. Those who could still speak were taken below decks, given coffee, water, and whiskey. Anything to keep them awake. Anything to keep them alive. By the time they were done, nearly 150 souls had been rescued. But hundreds more still bobbed in the current, faces pale as wax, eyes fixed on the one light left in the world. They called out for help, voices rising and fading in the wind, as the Bostonia slowly turned toward the south. Captain Watson faced an impossible choice. If he stayed, he could save only a handful more before his own ship caught fire. But if he pressed on to Memphis, just a few miles downstream, he could raise the alarm and bring back help. He chose the latter. Salvation for the many at the cost of the few. As the Bostonia disappeared downriver, the cries grew fainter. Those still in the water clutched their planks and prayed. Some made it to shore. Many did not. 2 hours later, another steamer came, the Gray Eagle, hauling barges of horses. Her captain had seen the glow and the smoke, and by the time he reached the site, the Sultana was a broken furnace drifting in circles. He cut loose the barges and drove full speed into the current, the flames lighting the river like sunrise. When the Bostonia reached Memphis and sounded her whistle in alarm, the city woke to red sky. Other steamers, Grosse Peak, Marble City, Pocahontas, began firing up their boilers. Rowboats were launched before the decks even warmed. They raced upriver through the dawn haze, their oars slicing past corpses and burning debris. The Gray Eagle rescued hundreds, her crew pulling limp bodies from tree branches where the flood had pinned them. The Bostonia returned with the injured. But even rescue brought horror. Along the banks, Union pickets still stood guard, fearing Confederate raiders in the woods. When the first rescue skiffs appeared, carrying shouting men in tattered blue uniforms, the guards mistook them for attackers and opened fire. Bullets hissed over the water while survivors screamed for mercy. A Union officer in one of the boats had to land, sprint through the mud, and fight his own comrades to make them stop shooting. Only when they heard the words, "It's our men, from the Sultana," did the firing cease. By then, more had drowned. Farther upriver, a different kind of man watched the inferno drift by. Frank Barton, a former Confederate cavalryman hiding out near the Arkansas shore. He saw the fire, the bodies, the chaos, and something broke inside him. Pulling on his gray coat one last time, he rode into the flames. He dragged 15 men from the water that night, all Union soldiers, men who had been his enemies months before. One of them, half conscious, realized Barton had wrapped him in his own Confederate jacket. He looked down at the gray cloth and whispered, "Why?" Barton only said, "Because you're cold." Not all stories that night were tragic. One survivor, a giant of a man from Tennessee, nearly 7 feet tall, had been drunk since Memphis. Before the explosion, he'd caused trouble, stealing whiskey and dancing on the deck. When the ship blew apart, he somehow landed on a log, still clutching his bottle. Hours later, a rescue boat spotted him drifting and shouted, "How far to Memphis?" He yelled back, "Just a few miles." They reached out a hand to pull him aboard. He took another swig and roared, "Go to hell!" Then paddled away on his log, eventually floating into Memphis alive. Where, according to reports, he celebrated by robbing 2 stores. Another man, Pleasant Keeble, found himself sharing a scrap of wreckage with a terrified horse that kept trying to climb aboard. Each time the animal lunged, Keeble smacked it square in the head with a plank. Witnesses said it was the only time they heard laughter that night. A mad, weary laughter echoing through a river of death. As dawn crept over the horizon, the Sultana drifted toward the small settlement of Hopefield, Arkansas, directly across from Memphis. Years earlier, Union troops had burned it to the ground because Confederate snipers once hid there. By 1865, it had just begun to rebuild. Now the flood carried the dead through its streets, bodies tangled in fences, timber and baggage jammed against ruined houses. The smell of smoke and flesh hung over the water. When the first rays of sunlight struck the wreck, only the bow of the Sultana remained above water. The rest was blackened, hollowed out, glowing faintly with heat. About 37 men still clung to her charred ribs. On the nearby shore, John Fogelman, a local farmer, saw them through the morning mist. He tied logs together into a crude raft and paddled out. He could take 6 men at a time, no more. He rowed back and forth, again and again, until his arms trembled and the river turned to fire beneath him. When he returned for the last trip, 7 men jumped aboard. The raft nearly sank under their weight. As they pushed away, the Sultana gave a final shudder, a sound like a sigh, and slipped beneath the surface. Only the flagpole remained, rising above the current. Fogelman rowed the last survivors home. His family tended their burns, fed them, kept them alive until help arrived. By midday, the river began giving back what it had taken. The hospitals of Memphis overflowed. Doctors from every town along the Mississippi arrived to help, while soldiers, preachers, and freed slaves carried stretchers through the mud. Barges were sent upriver to recover the bodies. The dead came in hundreds. Some lodged in trees, others floated miles downstream. Near Helena, Arkansas, 200 corpses were pulled ashore and buried in a field. 15 miles below Memphis, scavengers found the half-eaten body of a woman, one of Sultana's passengers, devoured by wild hogs. Steamboats passing through had to slow their wheels. The river was thick with bodies. One Union gunboat, the Vindicator, stopped to clear logs from its paddle wheel, only to find human remains wound between the spokes. On the ironclad Cricket, sailors begged their captain to pull the floating soldiers aboard and bury them properly. He refused. "It's not our duty," he said. The crew nearly mutinied. The recovered bodies were taken to Fort Pickering, just below Memphis, and buried in shallow trenches. The irony was cruel. This was the same fort whose sentries had fired on the rescue boats. 2 years later, those graves were exhumed and moved to the newly created Memphis National Cemetery. There, beneath rows of white marble stones, lie the men of the Sultana. Only 28 have names. Over 1,000 markers read simply, "Unknown U.S. Soldier." Some said their names were washed away by rain because workers had written them in chalk on coffin lids before reburial. But the truth was harsher. The names were never known. Most of the dead were too burned, too disfigured, too far gone. A few families reclaimed what they could. Fragments, bones, a locket. 3 civilian victims rest today in Elmwood Cemetery, Memphis. 2 from the Spikes family, who had boarded as 8 and survived as 1. And a young steward named George Slater. For more than a century, their graves were unmarked. In 1989, a memorial finally gave them names again. So how many died that night? Historians still argue. But after decades of study, Gene Selecker put the number at 2,137 souls aboard, 1,167 dead, 962 survived. That makes the Sultana the deadliest maritime disaster in U.S. history. More than the Lusitania, more than the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor. And unlike those tragedies, this was no act of war, just greed, negligence, and a river in flood. Some say the nation forgot because the Sultana exploded only hours after John Wilkes Booth was killed, and the death of Lincoln's assassin consumed every headline. But in truth, the newspapers did cover it. Front pages across the country for weeks. It was the public that moved on. America was burying a president, ending a war, chasing the last Confederates, rebuilding its soul. The Sultana sank beneath all that noise. A Pennsylvania senator once dismissed the victims with a single line. It was just a lot of Western men who died. And so the East forgot them. The investigations dragged on for years and ended where most American scandals do, in silence. Captain James Cass Mason, the man who had carried the news of Lincoln's death, perished in his own fire. Quartermaster Reuben Hatch, the schemer behind the overloading, survived, lied under oath, and escaped justice. Even stole government funds on his way north. He died 6 years later, drunk and rotting from infection, leaving behind only debts and disgust. For a century, historians blamed the wrong man, Captain Frederick Speed, who'd tried to follow orders. Only when sealed military records were opened decades later did the truth emerge. Hatch's corruption had doomed the Sultana. Today, the wreck lies buried beneath a farm field near Marion, Arkansas, about 2 miles from the Mississippi. When the river flooded that spring, it had spilled far inland. The ship went down in what was then open water. Over time, the channel silted shut and the river moved on. Now, 6 meters beneath the soil, just a few miles from the glittering pyramid of downtown Memphis, the bones of the Sultana still rest. In the early 1980s, researcher Jerry Potter used ground-penetrating radar to find an anomaly matching the size of a steamboat hull. Excavation confirmed it. The Sultana had been found. Today, the Sultana Disaster Museum in Marion holds fragments, some confirmed, some only believed, from that wreck. Real boiler bricks, warped by impossible heat, are displayed under glass. They are the ship's true tombstones. The museum, founded in 2015, plans a larger home. And the digital reconstruction built by Eli Patata and Alex Mueller in Unreal Engine 5 now serves as its centerpiece. Every beam, every paddle, every rail was modeled from the only 2 surviving photographs of the Sultana. There are memorials now. In Knoxville, Tennessee, where 365 soldiers came from. In Marion, where the river once burned. In Memphis, where the dead were buried. Each year, the descendants of survivors still meet, sharing stories, reading names, keeping the fire of memory alive. We met them in 2024, the great-grandchildren of men who once floated down a river of fire. They told us not about loss, but about home, the one word every man on that ship had died reaching for. The story of the Sultana is not just tragedy, it is a warning. About greed, neglect, and the cost paid by ordinary souls caught in the gears of history. Each man aboard carried a single dream: to go home, to see his wife, his mother, his child. But on that April night, those dreams were burned away, lost to fire and water beneath the cold sky of the Mississippi. And though history once forgot them, we do not. Not anymore. In the story of the Sultana, we saw what greed can do. How a single spark, born of carelessness, could turn an entire river into a graveyard. But the story didn't end that night. In a quiet corner of Maine, shipbuilders looked out toward the horizon and asked themselves, what if wood could do what only steel was thought to do? Their answer was called Wyoming. It was longer than a football field, nearly the size of the Titanic, and every inch of it was made of wood, an impossible monument to humanity's absolute faith in itself. But when the wind rose and the Atlantic grew angry, that faith splintered, like the planks beneath her keel. For the largest wooden ship ever built didn't just sink, it broke itself apart. The wreck of the Schooner. Wyoming, the largest wooden ship in history. After the smoke cleared from the Sultana, America kept moving. It always did. The Civil War had ended, steam was conquering the rivers, and a new century was waiting just beyond the horizon. To most people, wood was over, a relic from another age. But in Bath, Maine, at a shipyard called Percy and Small, one group of shipbuilders refused to believe that. They wanted to build something that would prove the age of wood wasn't finished. Something so massive, so beautiful, that it could rival the steel leviathans rising on the Atlantic. And somehow, they did. It's often compared in size to the Titanic and was roughly as long as Noah's Ark from the Bible. A magnificent feat of engineering, a symbol of an entire nation's craftsmanship and unity, and, in the end, a mysterious disappearance in a storm. They called her the Wyoming. In the early 1900s, Percy and Small wasn't a small operation at all. It was the beating heart of American shipbuilding, where hammers echoed like church bells along the Kennebec River. They had already built giants, six-masted schooners that dwarfed every vessel around them. But this time, they reached for something greater. To fund it, they launched a national campaign unlike anything before. A call for Americans in the West to invest in ships of the East. The idea was poetic. A bridge between oceans and prairies, uniting the country through one colossal vessel. The message reached a man 2,000 miles away, Governor Bryant Butler Brooks of Wyoming. His state had no coastline, no ports, no shipyards. But Brooks believed that if his people were to understand America, they had to understand the industries that defined it. So, he joined the project, not just as a politician, but as a dreamer. In return, Percy and Small promised to name their new creation in his honor. Their first collaboration was the Governor Brooks, launched in 1907 under a clear Maine sky. The ceremony drew crowds, including Maine's own Joshua Chamberlain, the Civil War hero of Gettysburg. It was a celebration of unity, East and West, war and peace, industry and faith. But 2 years later, on December 15, 1909, the real giant emerged. The Wyoming slid down the greased wooden ways of the shipyard, christened not with champagne but with flowers. Alcohol was banned in Maine. Governor Brooks's daughter, Lena, tossed the bouquet just as the ship broke free too soon, rushing into the Kennebec faster than anyone expected. Workers scattered as the wooden mountain hit the water with a thunderous roar. Miraculously, no one was killed. Above her deck, 6 masts rose 126 feet high. Her hull was longer than a football field. Her sails covered more space than half a dozen houses. And from stem to stern, she was made entirely of yellow pine, over 1.5 million board feet of it. She wasn't just a ship. She was the last stand of wood against the age of steel. Captain Angus MacLeod, Percy and Small's unofficial admiral, took command of her first voyage. The Wyoming was designed for heavy cargo. Coal, lumber, and guano bound for ports from South America to Europe. Unlike steamships, she didn't need refueling stops or costly coal bunkers. Her massive size made her profitable. She could carry 6,000 tons of coal at a time, the work of multiple smaller ships combined. Inside, she was almost luxurious for a cargo vessel. The afterdeck held a dining room, officer cabins, an infirmary, even a bathroom. Rare in that era. The midship section contained a galley with fresh bread, salted beef, and hot coffee for the crew. They came from everywhere: Norway, Sweden, the American South. A mixed band of sailors united by hard work and sea songs. One visiting captain, after touring her quarters, reportedly said, "The lowest sailor on this ship sleeps better than I ever did in my own cabin." But for all her comfort, the Wyoming was a beast to steer. Her massive wooden hull flexed and groaned in heavy seas, bending under the pressure like a living thing. Iron cross braces and steel cables tried to hold her straight. But when the ocean swelled, the Wyoming moved like a serpent. Sailors swore you could feel her spine twist beneath your feet. Still, she endured. On her maiden voyage, the Wyoming vanished briefly in a storm, then reappeared weeks later, battered but intact. In 1917, she ran aground off Cape Cod in fog, but escaped unharmed. Through war and peace, she kept sailing. When World War I sent shipping rates soaring, most companies broke old contracts to chase quick profits. But Percy and Small didn't. They honored their low-rate deals, even when it cost them. earning a reputation for integrity that Governor Brooks personally defended. The ship paid back every cent of his investment. When it was sold in 1917 for $400,000 to the France and Canada Steamship Company, Brooks doubled his return. The Wyoming became a floating ambassador of his state, celebrated in the Casper Star Tribune as a symbol of the pioneer spirit. For nearly 15 years, she defied every limit of her design. By 1921, ownership passed to Captain A.W. Frost, who already commanded several aging giants, including the Cora F. Cressy, another six-masted schooner from Percy and Small. The Wyoming was the biggest of them all, the crown jewel of America's wooden fleet. But time was changing faster than the wind. Steamships now ruled the Atlantic, and wooden hulls like the Wyoming were out of place. Majestic, yes, but increasingly fragile in the brutal winter seas of the Northeast. In early 1924, the Wyoming sat in Boston under Captain Charles Glaisel, waiting for cargo. During that time, small, strange incidents began to shadow her. A sailor struck with typhoid was taken ashore. Another crewman vanished, leaving behind a note that simply read, "Goodbye." His belongings were handed to Boston police, who ruled it a suicide. The longtime cook, a black sailor, the ship's second highest paid crewman, quit that winter. He was replaced by a Dane named Soren M. Peterson, who found the crew uneasy, the mood oddly heavy. Then came the final job. In February 1924, the city of St. John, New Brunswick, was desperate for coal after a strike. The Wyoming was hired to deliver it from Norfolk, Virginia. On February 16th, she left Boston, her sails full and her decks gleaming under winter sunlight. She reached Norfolk by February 20th, fast, efficient, flawless. But the weather was turning. Captain Glaisel heard of delays up north and released Peterson to find other work in Boston. Peterson left, unaware he'd just escaped the ship's final voyage. On March 3, 1924, loaded with 5,000 tons of coal, the Wyoming set sail from Norfolk toward Canada. Beside her was her sister ship, the Cora F. Cressy. The air grew colder, the waves sharper, as a nor'easter gathered, the kind of storm that can turn the Atlantic into a white wall of death. By March 10th, the Cressy spotted the Wyoming near Massachusetts, anchored near Pollock Rip Lightship, trying to ride out the storm. Then visibility vanished. Rain turned to snow, the wind howled at 80 miles per hour. For 36 hours, the storm punished the sea. Waves the height of houses slammed the Wyoming, twisting her enormous frame. Every time she rose, she bent. Every time she fell, she cracked. And sometime on March 11th, 1924, the largest wooden ship ever built, the pride of Bath, the dream of Wyoming, snapped in two. 13 men went down with her. None were ever seen again. Days later, the sea began giving back her pieces. Life preservers washed ashore. A 72-foot section of mast drifted to Nantucket. Her nameplate, the word Wyoming, carved in bold white letters, was found among the debris. The U.S. Coast Guard cutter Acushnet located the wreck itself, parts of its masts still sticking above the surface at 65 feet deep. It was declared a navigation hazard and destroyed. For decades, no one knew where she had truly rested, until 2003, when marine archaeologists rediscovered the site. The wreck lay silently beneath cold sand, her steering wheel and steel bracing preserved by silt. Some of those relics now rest in the Maine Maritime Museum, built on the same ground where she was born. Today, if you visit Bath, Maine, you can stand where the Wyoming once towered. The museum has built a full-scale ghost sculpture outlining her exact dimensions in steel beams. Walk beneath it, and you feel like you're inside the ribs of a myth. a wooden ark reborn in shadow. They also display a 1/48 scale model, her recovered cables, and even pieces from her sister ship, the Cora F. Cressy, now a wreck off Maine's coast. In the state of Wyoming itself, her story became legend. For years, school children learned of the ship that carried their state's name into the sea, a wooden giant that dared to rival steel. But the truth of the Wyoming is more than pride. It's a reminder. She was not destroyed by sabotage nor by greed. She was undone by her own ambition, by the limits of what wood could bear. Each beam, each plank, each nail was a promise to hold back the ocean. But no promise, however proud, can last forever. When the storm came, the Wyoming didn't explode or burn. She simply broke, crushed by the same natural forces she once seemed to defy. The largest wooden ship in human history didn't die of failure. She died of being too great for her time. And in that, she became something timeless, a monument not just to what humans can build, but to what the sea will always reclaim. This next part is not a story for the faint of heart. It is violent, gruesome, and haunting. Please think carefully before you watch it. Seriously. We've studied the Titanic, the Mary Celeste, the SULTANA. In terms of the death toll, perhaps this doesn't compare. But the true hell that unfolded in this disaster is among the worst that I, and likely you, have ever known. The most horrifying tragedy you've ever heard? That of the SS Arctic, 1854. The SS Arctic was not just another ocean liner. It was a symbol of American pride, speed, and ambition. The third steamer built for Collins Line, she was launched in January 1850 and made her maiden voyage that October. Sleek, fast, and powerful, she quickly earned a reputation as the Clipper of the Atlantic after claiming the coveted Blue Riband, the unofficial title awarded to the fastest ship to cross the ocean. At the time, Collins Line was America's answer to Britain's mighty Cunard Line, a bold attempt to prove that the New World could dominate the waves just as it had the frontier. Their ships were built like fortresses of oak and iron, their crews among the best at sea, and their captains often hailed as heroes. In 1852, the company's vessel Pacific had famously rescued 16 survivors from the wreck of the Jesse Stevens during a storm, an act that made front-page news across the Atlantic. But Collins Line carried a dangerous burden. Behind their polished brass and patriotic pride lay a political noose. Washington politicians, many rooting for their failure, had set an impossible demand. The ships were to maintain maximum speed at all times, no matter the weather. It was a regulation that turned every voyage into a gamble, pushing captains to race through fog, storms, and the darkness of the North Atlantic just to keep their government contract. At first, the Arctic seemed untouchable, but her luck began to unravel almost immediately. She ran aground in 1853, struck rocks in 1854, and was later refitted with new engines that strained her wooden hull nearly to breaking. The Arctic was a side-wheel steamer, beautiful, but structurally fragile. Her massive paddle wheels powered by twin boilers, her long wooden frame groaning under the tension of modern machinery it was never meant to bear. Inside, however, she was a floating palace. There were no cramped steerage decks, only two passenger classes. The saloon class, luxurious, with two grand salons, one for dining and another for leisure, and a comfortable second class, modest yet refined. She weighed 2,856 tons, stretched 284 feet long, and was 45 feet wide, crowned with a single red funnel, 2 masts, and 6 lifeboats, 4 hanging from davits, 2 resting on deck. And if her engines ever failed, she could still spread her sails and move like a proud clipper, just as her sister ship had done 3 years before. On the morning of September 20th, 1854, The Arctic left Liverpool, bound for New York. The passenger list glittered with names of America's elite. Among them were the families of the very men who owned the ship. Mary Collins, wife of company founder Edward Collins, was aboard with their 2 children, Henry and Mary Jr. The Brown family, related to James Brown, the banker who financed the Collins line, were also traveling, along with George Allen, a lawyer from the Novelty Iron Works, the firm that had built the ship's engines. Allen was accompanied by his wife and their infant child. The 3 families often dined together, laughing as if nothing could touch them. Other notable passengers included the Duke of Gramont, a French diplomat en route to Washington, and Captain Pratt, traveling with his wife and young child. Only months earlier, the Pratts had narrowly survived another shipwreck. Yet here they were again, comforted by the Arctic's shining reputation. There was also Mellon Day, a children's book publisher, and Frederick Catherwood, a celebrated British architect and explorer, famed for documenting the lost cities of the Maya. Commanding the Arctic was Captain James Luce, a veteran mariner known for discipline and calm under pressure. This time, though, he had someone precious on board, his 11-year-old son, Willie. The boy had been born frail, and his parents had hoped that a trip to Europe might improve his health. Now, as the ship steamed west toward home, Captain Luce kept the boy close. His wife remained behind in America, waiting for their return. Out of the roughly 20 people whose names history would record from that voyage, only 3 would survive what was to come. In total, the Arctic carried 283 passengers and 175 crew, 408 souls in all. The first days were uneventful, even idyllic. The weather was clear, the sea calm, and the air crisp. Music drifted from the saloon each evening. Laughter echoed across the decks. But as they entered the colder waters of the North Atlantic, the mood changed. The temperature dropped. The fog thickened. Passengers retreated inside, wrapping themselves in blankets as the ship's iron belly groaned through the dark waves. Little Willie Luce spent most of his time below deck, too weak to join the others. Occasionally, he played with Millie Brown, the banker's daughter, 2 children running between the saloon tables, unaware that the ocean outside was already sharpening its blade. The SS Arctic sliced through the North Atlantic at 13 knots, about 15 miles per hour, her massive paddle wheels chopping the gray water in steady rhythm. Off to the west lay the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, a region infamous for fog thick as milk. It was here, in that shifting curtain of cold vapor, that another ship entered her path. It was a small French vessel named Vesta, built of iron, a rare thing in 1854, and weighing just 250 tons, barely half the Arctic's size. She measured 152 feet from bow to stern and carried over 150 fishermen and passengers, shuttling them between the banks of Newfoundland and their homes in France. Unlike the wooden American steamer, Vesta was a hybrid of 2 eras, driven by a screw propeller instead of side wheels, fitted with sails for backup, and divided into 4 watertight compartments, a safety innovation that, ironically, would make the difference between survival and annihilation. On the second day of her return voyage, Vesta sailed into the same fog-bound waters as the Arctic. It was September 27, 1854, a cold, ghostly day. Captain James Luce of the Arctic peered ahead into the white void, uneasy. Every instinct told him to slow down, but orders from Washington were clear and absolute. Collins Line ships were to maintain maximum speed at all times, no matter the conditions. Government subsidy depended on it. At 12:15 p.m., a lookout shouted from the Arctic's bow, "Steamer ahead!" Through the fog appeared the dark silhouette of a ship under both sail and steam, charging straight toward them at nearly 10 knots. It was Vesta. On the bridge, the officer of the watch had only seconds to decide. Turn left or right. To port, left would be faster. But it broke navigation rules. Ships were to pass port to port, each turning to starboard. Turning left would mean trusting that the French captain would break the same rule in the opposite direction. One wrong guess, and the two ships would meet head-on. The officer barked the order. Hard to starboard. In the tiller system then in use, that command actually swung the ship's bow to port. The Arctic's port engine was ordered stopped. Engineers scrambled up from the boiler room, shouting over the roar of the pistons. The steamer began a slow, deliberate swing to the left. The Arctic's engines were ordered to stop, at least the port engine, and within seconds, the engineers rushed up to the deck to see what was happening. As the command took effect, the Arctic began slowly turning to the left. But the crew of the Vesta, perhaps in panic, reacted by following standard procedure, turning to the right, directly into the path toward which the Arctic was swinging. Had they turned left, in the same direction as the Arctic, the disaster might have been avoided. A full astern order was given, but it was already too late. Captain Luce rushed to the deck, reaching the starboard paddle wheel just in time to see the Vesta's iron bow slam straight into the Arctic's starboard side, just above the waterline. The impact was devastating. The Vesta's foremast snapped like a matchstick, crashing onto the deck as splinters of iron and wood flew through the air. The Vesta's iron hull drove deep into the Arctic's wooden flank, crushing the crew's quarters and killing one man instantly. For a few seconds, the two ships were locked together, groaning as iron ground against timber, until the Vesta tore free, its hull twisted and leaking, while a massive, gaping hole yawned open along the Arctic's side like a raw wound. The Arctic hardly slowed. Her huge side wheels kept turning, shredding what remained of Vesta's bow. Chunks of iron clanged against the guards around the wheels, warping the great paddle box frames and ripping away planks. No one yet realized that both ships, the proud wooden American steamer and the small iron French transport, had already been mortally wounded. As I said, the impact had barely slowed the Arctic. Her giant side wheels churned on, steady as a heartbeat. To most aboard, it felt like nothing more than a brief shudder, a faint, unsettling vibration that rippled through the decks and was gone. A few passengers paused, exchanged uncertain glances, then returned to their conversations. On the surface, everything appeared fine. Down below, a few sailors leaned over the railing to inspect the damage. The hole seemed to sit mostly above the waterline, a jagged wound in her wooden flank, but not one that looked immediately fatal. When Captain Luce ordered a team down into the forward compartments to check for flooding, they found only a trickle of water. He allowed himself a breath. For the moment, at least, Arctic seemed safe. But on the Vesta, hell had broken loose. The French ship's bow was a slaughterhouse. Twisted iron, shattered wood. Passengers were torn apart, the forward deck drenched in blood. The air filled with screams and the hissing rush of water flooding in. Vesta's captain shouted orders, trying to regain control, but panic had already taken root. Against his command, one of the lifeboats was lowered. 12 desperate souls clambering in, pushing off into the fog, rowing frantically toward the Arctic, which loomed ghost-like in the mist, larger, prouder, and so they thought, safe. From the Arctic's bridge, Captain Luce could see their lights flickering through the haze. Behind them, the Vesta was dying. Her bow pitched lower with every passing minute. Her cargo hold gaped like an open mouth swallowing seawater. Over the wind, he could hear the cries for help. Faint, but unmistakable. He didn't hesitate. "Restart the engines," he shouted. The great wheels began to churn once more, and the Arctic slowly swung around to starboard, lumbering back toward the French ship. "Lower the boats," he ordered. His first officer, Mr. Gorley, took charge of one, while the second officer, Mr. Balaam, prepared another. Gorley's boat hit the water cleanly and vanished into the fog, its oars dipping in rhythm toward the sound of screaming. Balaam's boat snagged on its ropes, swinging precariously in midair before finally being freed. All the while, the Arctic drifted in slow circles through the mist, its paddle wheels turning lazily, its passengers crowding to the starboard rail for a better view. Hundreds pressed forward, jostling shoulder to shoulder, their faces pale in the gray light. From above, the deck tilted ever so slightly, the weight of curiosity pulling the ship a few degrees off balance. Captain Luce shouted for them to step back, but his voice was lost beneath the rising murmur, the clatter of feet, the eerie, echoing sound of the foghorn. Out on the water, the Vesta reappeared briefly through a break in the fog. A half-submerged silhouette, her mast toppled, her decks awash. Gorley's lifeboat was nearly upon her. Then something changed. A deep, unnatural sound rose from beneath the Arctic's hull. A low, heavy groan, like a wounded animal exhaling underwater. The rhythmic splash of the paddle wheels had taken on a darker tone. Luce froze. He knew that sound. It wasn't the ocean. It was the sea pushing back. He spun toward the engine telegraph. "Stop the lowering! Balaam, abort! Get back aboard!" Balaam scrambled up the ropes, dripping with seawater, just as Luce barked a new order. "Check the bow, now!" The second officer grabbed a fireman, still clutching a crust of bread from his half-eaten lunch, and together they made their way forward, crawling along the outer catwalk, the wind whipping spray against their faces. When they reached the bow, both men stopped cold. There, hanging grotesquely from the shattered planking, was a sight that turned their stomachs. The iron prow of the Vesta, the very weapon that had struck them, was still embedded deep inside the Arctic's wooden hull, dangling like a spear lodged in flesh. The jagged edges tore open 3 gaping holes, 2 of them well below the waterline, each one vomiting seawater into the ship's interior with the hiss and pressure of a ruptured artery. They stared in horror. The French ship hadn't merely wounded them, it had left part of itself impaled inside its victim. When they reported back, Captain Luce's face hardened. The realization hit with the force of a second collision. Both ships were doomed. The Vesta was sinking visibly astern, but now the Arctic, this great American pride of oak and steam, was bleeding out in silence. Beneath the music still echoing faintly from the saloon, below the polished wood and fine brass, the North Atlantic had begun its work. Water was pouring in. The Arctic was sinking. Captain James Luce wasted no time. His voice, usually calm and measured, now cut sharply through the fog and panic. "First, start the pumps. Get the water out. Second, plug the holes from the inside. Use cargo, bedding, anything that'll hold. Third, rig a tarpaulin over the hull from the outside." The crew sprang into motion. Steam hissed and gears clanked as the massive pumps kicked to life, belching columns of seawater up through the scuppers and across the deck. The men below worked like demons, hauling sacks, crates, and rolled mattresses toward the bow. But the holes were too low, too deep to reach without drowning. Every attempt to wedge the gaps from inside was met with a gush of freezing water that sent men scrambling back. Up on deck, another team wrestled with the tarpaulin, a heavy canvas sail meant to cover the torn section of hull from the outside. But when they tried to draw it across the splintered wood, the jagged edges ripped it to shreds as if the ship itself were rejecting the bandage. The sea poured in faster now, flooding the forward hold, and the ship's bow began to settle ever so slightly, a subtle tilt that no one wanted to name. Luce stood at the bridge, rain stinging his face, his mind racing through possibilities, and finding none. He knew what every captain of that era knew. Before the age of steel hulls and watertight bulkheads, a ship like the Arctic could survive a fire, a storm, even a mutiny, but not a hole below the waterline. And worse, like nearly every steamer before 1912, she did not have enough lifeboats. 6 small boats for over 400 people. It was a death sentence written into her design. Still, Luce refused to give in. Newfoundland lay only about 4 hours steam to the west. If he could keep the engines running, maybe, just maybe, they could make it to land before the water reached the boilers. He ordered a signal sent to Officer Gorley, whose lifeboat had vanished into the fog, to return immediately. But there was no reply. The sea absorbed the sound and gave nothing back. Luce clenched his jaw. "Full steam ahead," he commanded. "Turn west." The Arctic surged forward, churning through the gray swell, her wounded hull hissing beneath the surface. Behind her, Vesta and the last faint shouts of her crew disappeared into the mist. The captain had no choice now. If he lingered, both ships would die. He could only believe that Gorley and his men would find safety on their own. They never did. They didn't yet know that as the Arctic kept moving forward, her paddle wheels were pounding violently into the sea. And no one on board noticed a small shadow drifting dangerously close to the starboard side. A lifeboat from the Vesta. The very one that had left the ship just minutes earlier. The suction from the giant paddle wheel caught the boat's stern, a deadly vortex of wood and iron. And within seconds, the fragile craft was pulled in. There was a scream, a splintering crack, then nothing but a crimson froth in the water. The wheel kept turning, grinding wood, limbs, and cloth into an unrecognizable mass. Only one person survived. When sailors spotted him, they lowered a rope and hauled him aboard. That was the first horrific scene the Arctic's passengers had to witness. The Arctic pushed westward, but the ocean was already inside her. Every deck, every corridor seemed to groan under the shifting weight of water that had no place to go. The ship's carpenter and his mates climbed over the starboard rail, hammering together a makeshift scaffold to patch the wound from outside. Waves broke over them, their tools clanging against the soaked planks. Still, Captain Luce refused to surrender. He ordered the crew to shift the ship's balance. Everything to port, anchors, chains, passengers, cargo, move it all. The men obeyed, dragging iron anchors and heavy coils of chain across the deck while passengers stumbled aft to the port side, clutching railings slick with seawater. Slowly, painfully, the Arctic began to right herself. The bow lifted a few inches higher, a small miracle bought with sweat and desperation. But the victory was short-lived. The Arctic had no watertight bulkheads, no barriers to hold back the flood. The moment the sea entered, it spread unchecked. Through the cargo hold, the coal bunkers, the engine room, turning her belly into one vast, sloshing chamber. The main pumps thundered below, spewing gray water across the deck. But they couldn't keep up. And when the steam pumps faltered, the hand pumps took over. Passengers and crew alike joined the line. They worked shoulder to shoulder, their hands blistered raw, their faces streaked with salt and grime. Each man took his turn at the handles, pulling until the muscles in his arms locked. Before long, blood mingled with the water dripping from the levers, painting the brass in streaks of red. Still they worked, because stopping meant death. To keep order, Captain Luce gave a grim command. The ship's pursers and stewards were to arm themselves with pistols, axes, even belaying pins, and stand guard near the lifeboats. "No one launches until I give the order," he warned. "Anyone who tries will be stopped." Through the swirling fog, Luce ordered the signal gun to fire. It boomed across the Atlantic, a hollow cry for help swallowed almost instantly by the mist. Then again and again, there was no answer. So he gave another order. Keep firing, every few minutes. A young engineer named Stuart Holland, barely in his 20s, took the position by the forward gun. He stood there hour after hour, lighting each charge, the blasts echoing like a heartbeat in the fog. And he never once left his post. The water was already nearing the boilers, and the firemen tried to flee the engine room, but they were persuaded to stay, because at that moment, steam power was the only remaining hope for survival. The ship might still have had enough pressure, but the deeper she sank, the greater the drag became, and the paddle wheels lost more and more of their thrust. When the water reached the fireboxes, the ship shuddered violently, as if something inside had just exploded. The Arctic was losing power. The Arctic, once the fastest ship on the Atlantic, was now limping, dragging herself through the waves like a wounded animal. Each revolution of the wheels brought a weaker splash, a heavier sound. Captain Luce knew it wouldn't last. He gave the order that every sailor dreaded. Lower the boats. The first lifeboat lowered was the starboard aft boat, the one Second Officer Balam had prepared earlier. Following Captain Luce's orders, the crew loaded it with women, children, and provisions. Bread, water, a few blankets, and placed it under the command of the ship's butcher. He was calm, strong, and accustomed to blood and chaos. Hold her at the waterline, Luce said. No one rows off until all boats are ready. But that moment of fragile order didn't last. And then, the first mutiny began. Though the ship was still stable, not yet on the verge of sinking, the butcher and his crew cut the lines, quietly rowing away into the fog, abandoning everyone else behind. That lifeboat and everyone aboard it was never seen again. Most of the Arctic's crew began acting for themselves, caring only for their own lives rather than obeying the captain's orders. Captain Luce had no choice but to rely on the male passengers, those who had managed to remain calm, to help organize the evacuation. They turned to the portside stern boat, continuing to load women and children. But the mutinous sailors rushed in. Axes were raised to fend them off, yet the chaos of bodies pushing and fighting snapped the boat's forward line, sending all the women and children plunging into the sea. Every one of them drowned. Some of the sailors seized spots on the surviving boat, and bitterly later accused Captain Luce of being the cruel man who tried to stop them from leaving the ship. The ship's last breath of steam died out. The engine stopped, and the pumps failed with them. Aside from a few small hand pumps, nothing could now stop the sea from flooding in. Fortunately, the Arctic was still sinking slowly. Second Officer Balam prepared another boat, while the damaged portside stern boat was hoisted back up, ready for use again. Balam's boat was lowered and temporarily tied to the port paddle wheel. But soon after, it too rowed away into the fog, abandoning the captain. Balam, who had seemed loyal, now escaped with a half-empty boat, carrying only crewmen while the ship still floated. Captain Luce shouted after them, ordering them to return and rescue those struggling in the water. But they vanished. The port stern boat was pulled back again and made ready once more, women and children placed aboard. Just before that, a violent fight had broken out between the captain, wielding a hammer, and a sailor with a knife. Captain Luce won. But moments later, other sailors charged in, trampling one another, many falling into the sea. The boat drifted away, carrying the few remaining survivors, and with them, the last trace of honor, disappearing into the white fog. The Duc de Gramont of France, on a diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C., jumped overboard and climbed into another boat. He survived, but the act would stain his name for life. By then, only 2 boats remained. Captain Luce gathered what men he could to prepare them. They were smaller than the previous ones. But to his horror, he discovered that one had already been stolen. The chief engineer and a few close companions had quietly taken it, along with provisions, cigars, and even pistols. As their boat drifted away, they refused to save those swimming toward them, though there was still room aboard. That was the breaking point for Captain Luce. 5 boats were gone, and not a single woman or child had been saved. The families of Edward Collins, George Allen, and James Brown were still aboard. So was his own son, Willie. Nearly all officers, engineers, and crew had deserted him. With only 1 boat left, Captain Luce decided to build a makeshift raft from whatever could be torn loose: masts, doors, any scrap of timber that could float. Gathered at the port side stern, the lowest point of the deck. Though the damage was to the starboard bow, the free-flooding water had shifted the ship's weight backward, causing her to list toward the stern. The raft became their final hope. At this point, those still aboard the Arctic had split into 3 clear groups. The first, the loyal ones who stood by Captain Luce, trying desperately to save others and build a raft. The second, mostly women, families of Collins, Brown, and Allen, who accepted their fate and prayed in silence. The third, men who had lost all humanity. They broke into the liquor stores, got drunk, looted, tore life vests from others, and even worse, tried to assault the women. There was killing, without a doubt. A few remaining gentlemen fought back to protect the women. The Arctic, which had held on for more than 4 hours, was losing balance. She lurched violently, listing hard and rolling with the last waves. Yet amid the chaos, there were still heroes. 4th Officer Francis Dorian, utterly loyal, stayed with the captain, guarding the boat that was being turned into a raft, fending off anyone who tried to seize it. Apprentice engineer Stuart Holland remained at his station, firing distress signals again and again, hoping someone would hear. He died with the ship. But before the end, he told the captain, "Let the world know that at least one man kept his post." One of the ship's 2 stewardesses, Anna Downer, was still working the hand pumps, blood streaming from her arm, staining the handle and the deck red. Captain Luce told her to stop, to save herself. She replied, "As long as my hands can move, I'll stay right here." And she went down with the ship. When the raft was nearly finished, the drunken mob stormed in, trampling, shoving, trying to steal space. Some were cut down, but the ropes snapped, and the raft drifted away with a few of the rioters aboard. Dorian's boat was also seized. Now, there were no boats left. Captain Luce walked the deck one last time, saying farewell to the passengers, pausing longest beside the Collins, Brown, and Allen families, giving them his life vest. The children clung to their mothers, crying and praying. Finally, he went to his son's cabin. The boy lay weak on his bed. Luce lifted him in his arms and carried him to the deck. Both knew there was no hope left. The Arctic began sinking stern first, the wheelhouse collapsing as she went down faster and faster. Passengers were thrown into the wreckage near the smokestack. Stuart Holland fired one last flare. The ship groaned. The lower decks gave way, and her bow rose high into the air. Captain Luce held his son in his arms as both were pulled under. He surfaced once, then was dragged down again. When he broke the surface the second time, his boy was gone. Amid the chaos, he spotted Willie far off in the water and tried to swim toward him. In the earlier collision, the Vesta had smashed the Arctic's starboard paddle wheel, weakening its casing. When the Arctic hit bottom, The entire wheel assembly broke free, shooting to the surface and killing several people floating nearby, including Willie. Captain Luce was struck hard on the head, bleeding, but alive. He managed to climb onto the wrecked paddle wheel, using it as a raft. A few others clung to it as well, including George Allen of Novelty Ironworks. From that twisted frame, they looked around and saw the horror. Their loved ones dying in the cold water. Many among the 12 survivors on the raft watched their own families drown before their eyes. They tried to reach them, but the waves were too strong. They saw the families of Allen and Brown climb onto another raft, only to fade away and die one by one. The ship was gone, but the nightmare was not. The wind rose, and the blood in the water drew sharks, pulling away the last survivors. Night fell. By morning, more were dead. Of the 12 who had clung to the paddle wheel, only 3 remained. Captain Luce, George Allen, and a sailor who had earlier rescued the Frenchman from the Vesta's boat. That same day, a Canadian merchant ship, the Huron, bound for Quebec, found 4th Officer Dorian's lifeboat and rescued about 30 survivors. The Huron also came across a large drifting raft, the very one that had been half built before the Arctic sank, with only one man still alive. He too was saved. Something remarkable happened soon after. The Huron encountered another vessel, the Lebanon, heading for New York. The 2 captains exchanged news, and the Huron offered the survivors a choice: sail directly to America aboard the Lebanon. Those who had acted honorably during the tragedy chose to return home. The cowards chose to stay aboard the Huron and go to Canada, perhaps to escape judgment. They settled there, living out their days in anonymity. The paddle wheel wreck drifted for days. Several ships passed without noticing. The sailor among the 3 survivors twice tried to take his own life in despair, but Luce and Allen stopped him. Eventually, they were spotted by the Cunard steamer Cambria, which rescued them, along with a few others found scattered across the sea, including the French survivor who had been hauled aboard the Arctic from the Vesta's lifeboat. The Cambria was commanded by Captain Russell. Though he worked for Cunard, the bitter rival of Collins' Line, he felt a debt of honor. Years earlier, one of Collins' ships, the Pacific, had saved him from the wreck of the bark Jesse Stevens. Now, rescuing the Arctic survivors was his way of returning that favor. Far out at sea, 2 lifeboats were still rowing west. One was under the command of 2nd Officer Balam, the other taken by the chief engineer and his men. 2 days after the sinking, they made landfall at Broad Cove, Newfoundland, today known as Renew's Kapahaiden. They rested, got their bearings, and walked 50 miles north to St. John's. When they arrived, they were stunned. The Vesta, the very ship that had rammed them, was docked safely in the harbor, her bow shattered but afloat. Thanks to her watertight compartments, she had survived. Her crew had managed to bring her into port through sheer skill and luck. Until then, they had no idea the Arctic had sunk. They thought it was just a collision and that the Arctic had fled. Rumors of a hit and run at sea spread fast, and Captain Luce's name was dragged through the mud as a coward. Only when the scattered survivors began returning did the truth emerge. The Arctic hadn't fled out of cruelty, but in a desperate bid to save lives. Some have speculated that if the Arctic had stayed beside the Vesta, they might have evacuated all passengers safely. But the Vesta was on the brink of sinking. Her crew expected death for hours after the collision. Only extraordinary seamanship kept her afloat to port. If 400 more people from the Arctic had climbed aboard, their weight would have doomed her instantly. Just the Arctic's passengers rushing to one side had already shifted the ship's balance and altered the way she sank. Adding 400 to the Vesta would have been impossible. When Bullum reached St. John's, he chartered 2 ships, one to carry survivors back to America and another to return to the site in search of more victims. They found none. Reports indicate that about 88 survived and 320 perished, every woman and child among them. News of the disaster didn't reach the United States until 2 weeks later, on October 10th, when survivors, including Captain Luce, confirmed the rumors. As more groups returned from Canada, the horrific details came to light, exposing the cowardice of many involved. When questioned about abandoning the ship, Second Officer Bullum twisted the story, blaming Captain Luce, calling him weak and unfit to command, a lie meant to save himself. Many sailors and firemen who had stolen boats or rafts did the same, accusing the captain to wash away their own guilt. Captain Luce, though wrongfully accused, took responsibility. What tormented him most was leaving behind First Officer Gorley, the man who had taken a lifeboat to help the Vesta and was left behind when the Arctic turned west. Luce believed Gorley could have restored order and saved more lives if he had been there. That boat was never seen again. He imagined his friend cursing his name in his final moments. Captain Luce never went to sea again. No official inquiry was ever held, perhaps because politicians in Washington feared blame, since they had pressured Collins Line to maintain maximum speed in all conditions. Even after this disaster, the policy continued. And a few years later, the Pacific vanished as well. Edward Collins, the company owner who lost half his family in the wreck, never recovered. James Brown, who lost 6 relatives, and George Allen, who had watched his wife and children drown, were never the same again. All 3 lived the rest of their lives in deep depression. And what of Cunard, the rival line? When the tragic news of the Arctic reached New York and the city fell into mourning, Cunard held a parade. Yes, a parade through downtown Manhattan just days later to advertise the safety and reliability of Cunard's ships. The Vesta remained in service until 1875, when she sank off the coast of Spain. No official drawings or photographs of her exist, only a rough sketch published after the collision, showing her shattered bow. The Arctic's wreck has never been found. It lies somewhere off the eastern coast of Newfoundland. Most likely just fragments now, the wooden hull long since rotted away. Perhaps a relic or two has been recovered, but nothing of significance. No bodies were ever found. The name Arctic was avoided by every steamship company thereafter. White Star Line once planned to christen a new vessel Arctic, but changed it to Celtic after recalling the tragedy. No monument was ever raised for those who died. It was an age of ships nearly forgotten, of a company buried in history, and hundreds of lives left untold. Before the Titanic was ever built, before that name became a symbol of loss and legend, there was another ship. The first vessel of the White Star Line to face the ocean's merciless judgment. And the story of its end, just off the lonely coast of Nova Scotia, is far more chilling than history usually tells. On an April morning in 1873, nearly 1,000 souls, immigrants, engineers, mothers, and children, awoke to the horrifying sound of iron tearing against rock. Less than 10 minutes later, the ship once hailed as a symbol of the modern steam age had become an iron coffin. The Forgotten, the wreck of the SS Atlantic, 1873. Halifax's other White Star tragedy, Mars Island, Nova Scotia, where the Atlantic met her end. Off the rugged coast of Lower Prospect, near Halifax, Nova Scotia, lies Mars Island, a lonely stretch of wind-swept granite surrounded by churning gray water and salt air. There are no year-round residents here, only a few small wooden cottages scattered along the eastern shore, rented by summer visitors who rarely stay long. But in the 1870s, one family called it home, the Clancys. And more than any other place on Earth, this island holds the memory of one of the most devastating shipwrecks in North Atlantic history. The wreck of the SS Atlantic. There have been many ships named Atlantic, but this one was different. It marked the first great disaster of the White Star Line, decades before Titanic. The site where it lies today is not easy to reach. You can't walk there. The shoreline drops sharply into the sea, and swimming would be suicide. The wreck rests just beyond reach, under cold green water that rarely stays calm. To understand how she came to rest there, we have to go back to the middle of the 19th century, when Europe was spilling its people westward toward the New World. Steamships were beginning to eclipse the age of sail, but they still carried the look of the past. Long, narrow wooden hulls and paddle wheels on either side. Half mechanical, half traditional, caught between centuries. Then came the revolution. Iron hulls and the screw propeller. The ocean was about to enter its modern age. It was then that Thomas Ismay, the man who had just acquired the White Star Line and reorganized it under the Oceanic Steam Navigation Company, saw his opportunity. He partnered with Harland and Wolff of Belfast, Ireland, the same shipyard that would later build Titanic, to design a new generation of transatlantic liners that would change maritime history forever. The result was the Oceanic class, named after its parent company. The first, SS Oceanic, launched in 1870, was such a success that 3 more were ordered immediately, and then 2 beyond that, forming the first great fleet of the reborn White Star Line. They were built between 1870 and 1872. 6 ships that represented a new dawn of ocean travel. Oceanic, the original prototype. Atlantic, the ship at the center of our story. Baltic, later sold to Holland America Line, lost in a collision in 1898. Republic, launched on July 4th, named in honor of the United States, and the only vessel of the class to survive into the 20th century before being scrapped in 1910. Adriatic, notorious for multiple collisions, yet miraculously, she never sank. Celtic, originally to be named Arctic, but changed to avoid recalling the doomed Arctic of 1854. And it was on the Celtic that Edward John Smith, the future captain of Titanic, began his career as a 4th officer for the White Star Line. Some of these names would later be reused for the company's more famous giants, the Big Four, Olympic, and Titanic among them. But the original Oceanic class was unlike anything before it. These ships marked a turning point in maritime design. Gone were the paddle wheels. The Atlantic and her sisters were driven by a single screw propeller, powered by twin 2-cylinder compound steam engines, vastly more efficient than their predecessors. Yet even in this new era, skepticism remained. Many sailors and passengers still feared the unreliability of machinery, so the Oceanic class kept their full sets of sails, a safety measure in case the coal ran out or an engine failed mid-ocean. They were not only powerful, they were innovative. The Atlantic was among the first liners to feature a steam-powered rudder, which made steering far easier in rough seas, and a bridge telegraph indicator, one of the earliest systems allowing the captain to send engine commands directly to the machinery room in seconds. Technology that would become standard for decades to come. But these ships weren't designed only for sailors. They were designed for comfort, for pride, and for a new class of traveler. For the first time, passengers had promenade decks to stroll in fresh air. Some parts roofed and glassed to shield them from wind and spray. Before this, travelers and crew often shared open decks, a recipe for accidents and chaos. Cabin-class passengers, the 19th century version of first class, enjoyed something no ship before had offered: electric call bells in each cabin to summon attendants. Lighting was still by oil lamp, but electricity, a novelty at sea, gave the Atlantic an aura of progress and prestige. The Grand Saloon, the heart of the ship, was described as the largest room afloat, fitted with a piano and 2 marble fireplaces whose fragments still bear their veined stone pattern today, recovered from the wreck. And even in the lower decks, Ismay's vision of humane design extended downward. Steerage passengers, emigrants, laborers, families were given brighter, ventilated quarters with indoor lavatories, unheard of luxury in those days. In performance, the Oceanic class excelled. Their hulls were long and narrow, with a length-to-beam ratio of 10.1 compared to the traditional 6.1, reducing drag and increasing speed. They carried more passengers while burning less coal. The Adriatic and Baltic went on to win the Blue Ribbon, awarded to the fastest transatlantic crossings. The press hailed the class as the fastest, safest, and most modern fleet in the world. Apart from the rusting hulk of Great Eastern on the River Mersey, they were the largest ships on Earth. By 1873, when the SS Atlantic prepared for what would become her 19th voyage, all 6 liners, plus 2 cargo ships, Gallic and Belgic, formed the proud First Fleet built by Harland and Wolff for the White Star Line. And among them, hull number 74, launched from Belfast on June 3, 1871, was Atlantic. A ship built to prove mankind had finally mastered the ocean. But the ocean wasn't ready to agree. By the spring of 1873, the White Star Line had its full First Fleet at sea. 6 proud Oceanic-class liners and 2 cargo ships, Gallic and Belgic, all built by Harland and Wolff in Belfast. Among them, hull number 74 bore a name that would soon echo with tragedy: SS Atlantic. Construction on the Atlantic had begun in 1870, and after just 18 months of labor, the ship was launched on June 3, 1871. Less than a week later, she began her maiden voyage, a symbol of the new Iron Age of ocean travel. Her first 18 crossings went smoothly, though not without issues. The ship's experimental propeller blades were prone to cracking, and engineers had to replace them several times. Still, the Atlantic built a reputation for reliability and speed, and passengers trusted her completely. Inside, her layout reflected the design logic of the 1870s. The engines sat midship, feeding power to a single screw propeller at the stern. The boiler rooms were forward, so the stokers and engineers slept close to the heat of the furnaces, all men coated in coal dust and sweat. Nearby, in the foresection, were the single male passengers, mostly young laborers or craftsmen bound for America. Farther aft, separated by bulkheads and distance, were the single women, mothers, and children, quartered safely away from the crew. Between them lay the family cabins, couples and married travelers forming a kind of buffer zone of respectability, a human barrier meant to preserve decorum on the long voyage. By day, all passengers mingled freely on deck, walking the promenade or sharing meals. But when the lamps were doused at 11 p.m., the ship's social boundaries returned. Order was the rule of the sea. Her 19th voyage began like any other. The Atlantic lay moored in the River Mersey at Liverpool, inspectors coming and going as they signed off final clearances. When passengers stepped aboard, one of the first things they noticed was the massive name board mounted on the cabin house. A quarter board more than 3 meters long, carved with the word Atlantic. Years later, that same board would hang above a woman's fireplace for 50 years before she donated it to a museum. High above, the White Star Line flag snapped in the wind. A white star on a red field, the emblem of a company that promised comfort and safety. A descendant of Captain Williams would later donate what was believed to be that very flag. Its edges frayed and salt-stained, though no one could prove it beyond doubt. The night before sailing, passengers were allowed to sleep aboard while the final cargo was loaded. hotel porcelain, pocket knives, clothing, imitation jewelry, and countless other goods bound for the New World. Down in the bunkers, nearly 1,000 tons of coal were shoveled in, enough, according to Chief Engineer John Foxley, to power the crossing from Liverpool to New York as it always had. Foxley knew this ship better than anyone alive. He had served aboard the Atlantic nearly his entire career and reported directly to her captain, James Williams, a Welshman and veteran of the company since 1871. Williams had once been second officer on the SS Republic, and he held the highest certificate issued by the British Board of Trade. But he also carried a blemish. Years earlier, he'd been dismissed from Guion Line for being drunk on duty, though even his former employer had defended his character afterward. In those early steamships, the chief officer also served as the first officer. That role now belonged to John Firth, newly joined to the White Star Line. Once a Mediterranean captain, Firth had accepted a demotion in rank to enter Ismay's modern fleet, hoping to earn back his captaincy in time. The second officer, Henry Metcalfe, had a rougher record. Formerly master of the SS Explorer, he'd lost his license after a collision with the SS Britannia and had only recently regained it. Fate would place him on watch the night disaster struck. The third officer, Cornelius Brady, and the fourth, John Brown, may have ranked lowest, but together they had logged over 30 years of sea experience, enough to handle the complex machinery of the Atlantic in any weather. There were no celebrities on this voyage, no titled passengers or famous names like on Titanic or Lusitania, but each traveler carried a story. Albert Sumner, a church organist and composer of beloved hymns, had booked a cabin-class berth. Mrs. Lauriston Davidson, widow of a New Zealand captain, was traveling with her 17-year-old daughter, Lillian, bound for Telegraph City, California to reunite with her brother. Most, however, were emigrants. Farmers, tradesmen, and families fleeing poverty or seeking fortune in the expanding United States. Some men had gone ahead months before to find work and now waited for wives and children to follow. Others traveled together, carrying all they owned, their hopes packed in wooden trunks and linen bags. On the morning of March 20th, 1873, the SS Atlantic raised her anchor and glided down the Mersey, her funnels trailing black smoke into the pale spring sky. She turned west toward the open Irish Sea, bound, as everyone believed, for New York. No one aboard could imagine that within 2 weeks, the Atlantic would be lying broken off the coast of Nova Scotia, and that her story would be buried in history until another White Star ship, 40 years later, brought the world's attention back to tragedy. 2 days later, the Atlantic reached Queenstown, now known as Cove, the sorrowful gateway from which tens of thousands of Irish had once sailed west, fleeing famine and despair. The harbor was crowded with emigrants and coal smoke, gulls shrieking above the waves. Here, the ship took on 175 new passengers and, as required by regulation, conducted a lifeboat drill before departing Europe for the last time. The first few days on the Atlantic Ocean were mercifully calm. The wind was fair, the sea almost glassy, and the Atlantic steamed forward with an easy rhythm that pleased both her captain and his officers. Passengers filled the decks, men smoking, children playing, women taking the cold March air, all unaware that this voyage would end far sooner than any of them imagined. On Sunday, March 23rd, the ship's company gathered for morning prayers and another lifeboat exercise. Captain James Williams, cautious and precise, summoned Chief Engineer John Foxley to ask about the remaining coal supply. Foxley, a man long accustomed to the unspoken rules of the trade, did what many engineers of the era did. He understated his figures. By reporting a smaller reserve than actually remained, he could encourage the captain to conserve fuel, a professional habit that had served him well. But that night, the weather began to change. By midnight, the sky had darkened. The barometer had fallen, and the wind came hard from the west. By March 25th, the Atlantic was fighting a full gale. Seas rose in black walls, hammering the bow and breaking over the forward decks with a noise like cannon fire. Passengers crowded below, seasick and terrified, as the iron hull shuddered and groaned with every wave. The smell of coal smoke, bilge, and vomit filled the passageways. Meals were cut down to the simplest rations. The galley fires were dampened to save fuel and to keep pots from flying off their racks. On March 27th, a rogue wave slammed into the ship's starboard side, smashing lifeboat number 4 to splinters, a small omen of what was to come. Still, no one believed the ship to be in any real danger. The Atlantic was of the same class as the Baltic, which had only months earlier survived a similar storm and even rescued the passengers of the steamer Assyria under far worse conditions. This was, after all, a White Star liner, one of the safest ships afloat. Life aboard continued in its strange way. 2 babies were born during the voyage, and 14 stowaways were discovered hiding among the cargo, all of whom were reluctantly added to the ship's manifest, bringing the total number of souls aboard to just over 975. But while life went on, progress slowed to a crawl. The gale had turned head-on, forcing the Atlantic to fight against the wind for nearly a week. Her engines laboring, her speed cut to less than half. Captain Williams began to grow anxious. Coal was being burned faster than expected. He ordered that galley fires be reduced, conserving every possible shovel of fuel. By the morning of March 31st, after days without a clear horizon, the navigators finally managed to take a sun sighting. Their best calculation placed them about 450 miles east of Sandy Hook, New York, 2 days away from port. But the coal bunkers were running low. When questioned again, Foxley gave his new estimate, 160 tons remaining, more than enough to reach New York. Yet he knew that admitting the true figure would reveal how he had misreported earlier. So, once again, he adjusted his numbers, downward to 127 tons. Williams took that number and did his own math. To reach New York, in rough seas and contrary wind, he would need at least 130 tons. Anything less, and the ship might run out of coal at sea. In those days, that meant disaster. If a steamship's boilers went cold, everything stopped. The engines, the steering, even the anchor winches. They could hoist sails, but with the wind still driving eastward, they would drift helplessly in the mid-Atlantic. There was no radio, no wireless distress call. Marconi's invention was still 30 years away. Their only hope would be firing distress rockets, if anyone happened to see them. A powerless ship adrift on the open ocean was not just a danger, it was a humiliation. To a company like White Star, obsessed with reputation, it would be an embarrassment beyond repair. So Captain Williams made his decision. Rather than risk the shame and the lives of drifting empty-handed toward New York, he would turn north toward Halifax, Nova Scotia, to refuel. It meant a delay. It meant a loss of face. But it also meant survival. Full speed ahead, he ordered, to Halifax. And for the first time in days, the furnaces roared again. The stokers shoveled freely, the great piston rods thundering like a heartbeat through the hull. The Atlantic surged forward, faster and faster, a ship no longer conserving, but racing the ocean itself. No one aboard knew that the coal they were burning in hope of safety was driving them straight toward the rocks of Nova Scotia, and the deadliest night in the company's history. The approach to Halifax Harbor was among the most treacherous in all of North America. A labyrinth of reefs, narrow channels, and hidden rocks scattered between dozens of small islands. For more than a century, One beacon had guarded its entrance. The Sambro Island Lighthouse, built in 1758, still burning faithfully over 100 years later, the oldest working lighthouse on the continent. But for the crew of the Atlantic, that light would become a fatal illusion. Almost none of the officers had ever been to Halifax. They had no first-hand knowledge of the currents, the reefs, or the deceptive shoreline. On the night of March 31st, 1873, as the Atlantic drew near the coast of Canada, spirits were high. The storm had passed. The wind had eased. Passengers packed the saloon, laughing, relieved. Tomorrow morning, they believed, they would see land. In the lower deck, 12-year-old John Hanley would later remember it clearly. I was traveling with my parents and my brother Michael. Our family was birthed midship, among other families. But Michael, being older, slept in the forward section with the single men. That night, I begged my parents to let me sleep up there with him. I wanted to feel grown up. It was a choice that would save his life. Shortly after midnight, Second Officer Henry Metcalf and Fourth Officer John Brown took over the watch. The night was calm, the horizon invisible under a low fog. At 12:20 a.m., Captain James Williams climbed up to the bridge. He estimated that by 3:00 a.m., they should sight the light from Sambro Island off the port side. When that happened, he planned to drop anchor and wait for daylight before entering the harbor. The prudent move. Before turning in, Williams left specific orders. "Wake me at 3, or as soon as you see the light, whichever comes first." He also told his steward to rouse him at 2:40 a.m. After a brief conversation with a journalist on board, one who was preparing an article on the voyage, the captain finally retired to the chart room. None of them knew that the ocean current had quietly pushed the ship nearly 12 miles west of its intended course. The light that should have been on the port side would appear to the starboard instead, a small but fatal shift that no one realized in time. At 2:40, the steward appeared on the bridge with a cup of hot cocoa, ready to wake the captain. Metcalf stopped him. "Don't disturb him," he said. "Let the man sleep." 3 o'clock came. No light in sight. Metcalf hesitated, then decided against waking Williams. In his mind, no light meant they were still far from shore. It was the most disastrous misjudgment of his life. At the wheel stood Robert Thomas, the quartermaster, the only man on board who had ever been to Halifax. He glanced at the dark, featureless horizon and quietly warned Metcalf that the ship was too close to land. The officer waved him off. Today, the clock that hung in the wheelhouse that night, the very one Metcalf stared at, still exists. It sits in the SS Atlantic Heritage Museum, its hands frozen just past 3:15 a.m., the moment he should have called the captain, but didn't. Then, from the lookout came the cry that ended all doubt. "Starboard bow! Rocks to starboard!" Metcalf froze. In an instant, he knew. Ahead loomed the dark outline of Mars Island and Lower Prospect, land far too close. "Hard to starboard! Full reverse!" he shouted. In the tiller steering system of that era, the command "hard to starboard" actually swung the bow to port, the opposite of modern controls. The engines groaned in reverse. The ship began to turn. But it was too late. With a metallic shriek, the Atlantic's keel struck a submerged reef, tearing through the hull. The impact was so abrupt that many passengers thought the anchor had dropped. A second later, the ship slammed into a massive boulder known locally as Golden Rock. The liner had been steaming at 13 knots, nearly 15 miles per hour, when it came to a dead stop. The shock tore through the decks. The oil lamps blew out as air compressed through the ship, and in a heartbeat, the Atlantic was plunged into darkness. Above deck, the sea hissed through the cracks of the torn hull. Below, men awoke to the sound of water rushing into the lower compartments. In less than a minute, the ship that had carried nearly 1,000 souls across the Atlantic was now bleeding into the sea it was named for. Captain James Williams burst onto the bridge as the ship lurched violently to port. Spray whipped across his face. From the first glance, he knew the truth. The Atlantic was stuck fast on the rocks, her hull pinned and twisting under the pounding surf. He shouted for full reverse, desperate to wrench her free. The order thundered down to the engine room. But it was hopeless. The propeller shaft had been torn loose, the screw shattered. The freed shaft spun wildly, hammering itself apart. Each violent jolt sent a dull explosion echoing through the hull. In the engine room, Chief Engineer John Foxley and his men knew what would come next. Steam pressure was rising fast. If the boilers burst, everyone would die instantly. They opened the release valves, venting the boilers with a hiss that filled the air like escaping souls. When the seawater reached their ankles, they abandoned their posts. The Atlantic was finished. Her lights were dead, her machinery silent. The ocean poured in from below and swept through the aft compartments. Captain Williams issued 3 orders, calm but final. Rouse every passenger, all hands to the upper deck, prepare the lifeboats, fire distress signals. Stewards sprinted down the dark passageways, banging on doors, shouting over the roar of the surf. All on deck, all on deck. Families woke in terror, stumbling into knee-deep water. Above, the crew fought to lower the lifeboats, but the seas were monstrous. The first boat, filled with women and children, struck the side of the ship as it dropped, splintering instantly. The screams were brief. Not one survived. The second, under Officer Metcalf, was mobbed by terrified passengers. Captain Williams tried to stop the launch. "Hold fast!" he shouted, but panic drowned command. Men clawed for space. Before the chaos could be contained, a breaking wave capsized the boat, flinging everyone overboard, including Metcalf himself. The remaining boats were smashed against the davits or tangled in their lines. Within minutes, every lifeboat was destroyed or lost. Hundreds remained trapped below, in total darkness, with no way out. The only light left aboard was the compass lamp, which crewmen used to ignite the signal rockets, the final heartbeat of the Atlantic. The first rocket streaked into the night, burning white above the Black Sea. On Mars Island, a small fishing family, the Clancys, saw flashes through the mist and heard faint explosions. Michael Clancy, the father, knew at once. A ship was in trouble. He threw on his coat and ran for his dory. On the Atlantic, 2 seamen, Roylance and Speakman, manned the signal post, firing flare after flare with trembling hands. Smoke filled the bridge. On the 9th rocket, disaster struck. The flare exploded prematurely, searing their faces and setting part of the bridge ablaze. They hurled the remaining rockets overboard as another wave crashed across the deck, snuffing what was left of the fire and light. The ship heaved again, rolling to port. Then, with a deafening crack, the stern tore free from the reef. The aft section plunged beneath the waves, carrying with it nearly every woman and child still on board. From the forward deck, steerage passenger William Hogan would later testify. "I heard a sound, a terrible moaning, like the breath of the dying, coming from below. It was from the steerage deck, where the people were trapped. It lasted only a few seconds. Then there was silence. The midsection remained briefly afloat, but the stern, the cabins of families, mothers, children, had vanished. Only then did those in the central quarters realize what was happening. They rushed for the stairways, but the corridors were flooding, slick and narrow. The oil lamps had been blown out, leaving them blind. People slipped, fell, or were crushed against bulkheads. Those who reached the main deck found only chaos, waves smashing over the railings, tearing them away before they could grab hold. A few climbed the masts and the forecastle, clinging to whatever rose above the water. From there, they watched the nightmare unfold below. Bodies swept away, faces illuminated by lightning, one after another, disappearing into the dark. Cabin-class passenger J.W. Sheets carried his small daughter Rose to the deck. He handed her to a steward clinging to a rope, then turned back to find his wife. They met on the tilted deck, embraced once, and were gone together in the next wave. The steward held Rose in his arms for hours, shielding her from the spray, until the child's body went still. She had frozen to death before dawn. Others clung to wreckage or railings until the sea claimed them. Survivors later described one man gripping the guardrail near the bridge. Each new wave slammed him against the deck until his head split open, yet he refused to let go until the section beneath him collapsed. Fragments of that same railing, bent, twisted, and sea-worn, are displayed today at the SS Atlantic Heritage Museum, the last thing many ever touched. As the wreck settled deeper, waves burst through the cabin windows. Some compartments trapped pockets of air, holding a few dozen people inside. From the deck above, survivors could hear their muffled cries and frantic banging on the glass. Then the sound of shattering and silence. Those people drowned slowly as the tide rose. Among them were Mrs. Lauriston Davidson and her 17-year-old daughter, Lillian, the same pair who had boarded at Liverpool, bound for a new life in California. That new life ended within sight of land. Through the howling of the storm came another sound, faint at first, then rising like a cry torn from the earth itself. It was a shrill, ragged wailing, a chorus of screams carried over the wind. Some sailors froze, gripping their axes. In that half-mad darkness, they thought the noise came from sea monsters, seals, or lions of the deep. But when they listened closer, the truth broke them. It was the sound of women and children, washed from the broken stern, being hurled against the coastal rocks. They dropped their axes. There was nothing anyone could do. Seawater burst through the portholes amidships in great jets, each wave tearing another wound through the hull. The ship's midsection was being gutted from below. At the aftermast, Chief Officer John Firth led a small knot of survivors higher and higher, climbing into the rigging to escape the waves. Soon only 3 remained: Firth, a cabin boy, and Mrs. Rosa Bateman. Exhausted, frozen, they could do nothing but cling and wait for dawn. Forward, on the shattered forecastle, Captain Williams refused to give up. He rallied whoever was left, a few sailors, some passengers, several wounded, and tried to establish a lifeline toward the jagged reef now known as Golden Rule Rock. A volunteer named Owens was the first to go. They tied a rope around his chest, blessed him, and lowered him into the black surf. "The cold struck me like knives," Owens later recalled. "But by God's mercy, I reached the rock. There was a man already there. Drifted up somehow. Together, we fixed the line." One by one, survivors began to crawl across the rope toward the rock. 5 lines were eventually stretched between the ship's bow and Golden Rule Rock. People clung to them desperately, but each breaking wave tore dozens away into the sea. Meanwhile, Robert Thomas, the quartermaster, the only man who had ever known Halifax's coast, had been thrown clear of the ship. He managed to swim ashore and pounded on the door of the Clancy family's cottage on Mars Island. "We heard what sounded like cannon fire," recalled Clancy's daughter years later. "Father ran out and found a man on the rocks. Thomas, shaking, soaked to the bone. He gasped that a great ship had struck the reef and begged us to help. Father grabbed ropes and went back into the storm. The girl began to heat broth for whoever might be saved. Within minutes, Thomas returned with another man, then a ship's officer. They were the first survivors brought in alive. Out at sea, fishermen launched their dories into the boiling surf, struggling toward the glowing wreck. The waves were too violent to reach the ship, so they instead rescued those who had made it onto Golden Rule Rock, hauling them in one at a time. From the wreck, Captain Williams and Firth shouted, waved, even offered money to the fishermen if they'd come closer. But no one dared. The hull had begun to bend and buckle amidships. The Atlantic could split in two at any moment. Then a small boat managed to reach the survivors at the bow. Among those pulled from the wreck was 12-year-old John Hanley. 7 men went before me, he remembered. Then it was my turn. 2 men inside pushed me up, and another grabbed my hair and pulled me out. I never saw my parents or my brother again. I cried until a shipmate recognized me and held me close. The fishermen kept coming back, their boats nearly capsizing in the surf, retrieving one body, one survivor, then another. From the nearby islands, villagers from Lower Prospect rowed out through sleet and wind, bringing ropes, blankets, and lanterns. They worked by touch and prayer, hauling the living from the grip of the sea. When the rock and the ship's bow were finally stripped of survivors, 3 figures still clung to the mast: John Firth, the cabin boy, and Rosa Bateman. The rescuers believed it was impossible to reach them. Firth, seeing Rosa fading, tied her to the mast so she wouldn't slip away. They waited as the cold tightened its hold. At dawn, Reverend Ancient of St. Paul's Church in Lower Prospect awoke to an empty village. When he stepped outside, he realized everyone had gone to sea. A former Royal Navy sailor, tall and strong, he ran to the shore, seized a boat, and rowed out through the swells. "I saw the fires on the beach," he later wrote. Then, far out, 2 figures still alive, clinging to the mast. He and his men reached the wreck for the first time since it struck. They managed to lower the cabin boy safely into the boat. Then Ancient threw a rope to Firth, yelling for him to tie it around his chest. Firth lost consciousness the moment he hit the freezing water, but the Reverend and his crew pulled him in. John Firth was the last man to leave the SS Atlantic. He survived. Rosa Bateman did not. When rescuers finally turned their boats back toward shore, Rosa Bateman was still there, bound to the mast that had kept her alive through the night. The tide had risen again, and her body swayed gently in the surf. Clothes torn, skin pale as marble, eyes sunken, the chain around her neck catching the first dull light of dawn. That glint of jewelry against ruin was the last image anyone saw of the Atlantic. A young woman tethered to the ship's bones, drifting on a gray and merciless sea. On land, the Clancy family never stopped working. Their home on Mars Island became a makeshift infirmary. Sarah Clancy, the daughter, remembered every detail. Every survivor my father brought in passed through our front room. I fed them, dressed their wounds, wrapped them in blankets. Every few minutes, another group arrived. Some fainted, some cried, and some just stared into the fire without a word. I believe almost all 400 survivors came through that house. Out of 952 souls aboard, more than 550 perished. Every woman and child was lost, except one, John Hanley, the 12-year-old boy who had begged to sleep in the forward cabin that night. Later, Captain James Williams said quietly to investigators, "If I had saved even one woman, perhaps I could have borne it. But to lose them all, it is unbearable." Young Hanley, the only surviving child, was taken in by Sarah O'Reilly, a woman from Lower Prospect who cared for him for years. When word reached Halifax, the city was stunned. Nothing of such scale had ever struck in peacetime waters. Clergymen from nearby villages came to Mars Island to hold a mass for the dead. standing among hundreds of bodies laid out on the rocks while the sea continued to crash behind them. They read prayers over the roar of the wind. In the following days, the coastline of Prospect Bay became a graveyard. The tide washed up corpses day after day, families still locked in each other's arms, mothers clutching infants, sailors frozen mid-grip on debris. Local fishermen, police, and soldiers gathered the dead one by one, carrying them up the hillsides. Some bodies still held rosaries in their hands. Others had letters that had never been sent. About 150 women and children were buried together on a hill above Terence Bay, overlooking the place where the ship had gone down. A wooden cross was raised there, rough-hewn, simple, and solemn. It still stands today, surrounded by wild grass and ocean wind, a quiet memorial to the hundreds who never reached America. Captain Williams survived, but never truly recovered. In his first official report, he wrote, "The ship struck due to currents and poor visibility, yet the final fault was mine. I was not on the bridge." Many defended him, including Reverend Ancient, who had saved dozens himself. But when the Halifax inquiry convened in April 1873, the verdict was unavoidable. Williams was held responsible for allowing the ship to proceed at full speed in fog and for leaving the bridge during the approach to a dangerous coast. The court acknowledged, however, his gallant conduct after the disaster. And instead of criminal punishment, his license was suspended temporarily. He returned to sea years later as a technical advisor for the White Star Line, but he never captained another ship. Second Officer Henry Metcalf, who had stood watch during the collision, was lost to the sea, beyond judgment, beyond defense. Chief Officer John Firth, the man who tied Rosa Bateman to the mast and stayed until the end, was hailed as a hero. Survivors credited him with saving scores of lives by keeping order when chaos reigned. And Reverend Ancient, whose strength and faith had brought so many back from the waves, was offered medals and honors from both the British Crown and the White Star Line. He refused them all, saying only, "I did nothing more than what any man ought to do." In the months that followed, the White Star Line faced a storm of outrage, almost as fierce as the one that had destroyed its ship. British newspapers called the tragedy the most disgraceful disaster in British maritime history. One headline demanded, "Why were women and children placed in the lowest decks, the most dangerous part of the ship, while men slept above?" The company had no answer that could ease the public's anger. To save its reputation, White Star Line issued sweeping reforms. Passenger layout was redesigned, ensuring women and children would henceforth occupy the upper decks, closer to escape routes. The number of lifeboats was increased. The Atlantic had carried only 6 for nearly 1,000 souls. Regular lifeboat and evacuation drills were mandated for every officer and crewman, no longer left to chance. These measures would later form the foundation of modern maritime safety law, a legacy carved in tragedy. And nearly 50 years later, when the Titanic met her own fate, the world would look back and remember that the Atlantic had already given its warning. One humanity had failed to heed. A lesser-known footnote emerged that summer. When the tides of Terence Bay receded, divers descended to the wreck. They found the Atlantic split clean in two, lying on her side against the reef. Among the shattered iron and timbers, they recovered hundreds of bodies and a trove of relics. The ship's bell, a compass, china teapots, binoculars, clocks, and even fragments of the marble fireplaces from the Grand Saloon. Many of those artifacts are now displayed at the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic in Halifax. Behind glass stands the bridge clock, its hands frozen forever at 3:15 a.m., the exact moment the ship struck the rocks. Through the 20th century, the sea kept whispering reminders. After heavy storms, fishermen sometimes found rusted nails, shards of porcelain, even bones tangled in their nets. They called them Atlantic's gifts. No one kept them. The villagers brought each fragment back to the cemetery at Terence Bay, placing them beside the old wooden cross that marks the mass grave. John Hanley, the lone surviving child, grew up in Halifax under the care of kind strangers. Every year on April 1st, he returned to that same hill overlooking the sea, the burial ground of his parents, his brother, and nearly 600 others. He would lay a single flower at the base of the cross, bow his head, and leave without a word. He died in 1910, the same year the White Star Line dismantled the last of the Oceanic-class ships, the generation that had begun with the Atlantic. More than 150 years later, the sea around Terence Bay still holds its memory. Locals say that on foggy nights, a faint bell can be heard drifting from the water. A bell with no source, ringing slow and mournful. Some fishermen even swear they've seen flashes of light glimmering far offshore, as if the Atlantic's signal flares still burn in the mist, refusing to die out. At the museum, the old Atlantic nameplate remains. The silver paint long faded, the wood charred and cracked by fire. It sits quietly under glass, an artifact of an age when mankind believed it had conquered the ocean, until the sea answered back. The Atlantic went down in 1873, a monument to human arrogance and the ocean's quiet patience. Its wreck reshaped maritime law, and its ghosts still echo across Terence Bay. But history has a way of testing whether lessons are truly learned. Half a century later, on the opposite side of the continent, another ship, smaller, steel-built, but just as doomed, would face the same merciless judgment. This time, it wouldn't be the North Atlantic's icy grip, but the roaring mouth of the Columbia River, the place sailors called the Graveyard of the Pacific. There, in the winter of 1929, 32 men found themselves trapped aboard a cargo ship ripped in half by the sea. Rescue boats could not reach them. Gale-force winds tore through their signal flares, and the waves clawed higher with every hour. To save them, it would take 3 life-saving stations, a Coast Guard cutter, and even a teenage pilot risking his life above the storm. But could they reach? Before the Pacific claimed all? The dramatic wreck of the SS Laurel. 1929. The captain who refused to leave his ship. The Laurel began her life under a different name. When the Ames Shipbuilding Company of Seattle launched her in 1920, she was called West Jessup, one of the standardized freighters built for the U.S. Emergency Fleet Corporation during World War I. These vessels were part of a desperate wartime push. Simple, strong steel cargo ships designed to carry ammunition, grain, and supplies to Allied Europe. By the time the war ended in 1918, hundreds of them had been built, each sharing the same sturdy but unremarkable frame. The West Jessup was one of 111 ships built to design number 1080, a model used exclusively on the West Coast. Each ship carried the prefix West, and Ames Shipbuilding produced 12 of them before the end of the program. She measured forward 10 feet from bow to stern, 54 feet across the beam, with a draft of 29 feet. A deep draft for such a compact freighter. Fully loaded, she displaced over 8,800 tons, her hull forged from Pacific steel plates that still bore the rivet marks visible in later photographs. Her single screw was powered by a 3-cylinder triple-expansion steam engine, fueled by coal, later converted to oil, a design meant for endurance rather than elegance. After the war, the West Jessup joined the growing merchant traffic of the Pacific. From Seattle, she ran the long 20-day routes to Japan, China, and the Philippines, hauling lumber, ore, and manufactured goods between the booming ports of Asia and the newly industrializing cities of America's West Coast. By 1925, she was bought by State Steamship Company, a subsidiary of the Quaker Line, and renamed SS Laurel. The new name didn't change her fate. The Laurel was still an aging, underpowered freighter, part of a dying generation of single-screw cargo ships that struggled against the brutal cross-currents of the Columbia Bar. And yet, by the late 1920s, she remained a workhorse, a steel descendant of the great wooden lumber schooners that had once dominated the Pacific, like the North Bend and Palmyra. In the spring of 1929, Laurel lay docked near Portland, Oregon, taking on her next massive load: millions of board feet of Oregon pine, cut from the ancient forests of the Northwest. The state's timber industry had built cities across the continent, from San Francisco to Chicago to New York, and ships like the Laurel were its lifeline. But this voyage would not be like the others. Among the crew was Bernard Berenson, an able-bodied seaman from Portland whose detailed written account, preserved decades later, became one of the few surviving eyewitness records of the disaster. He recalled a strange tension on board before departure. "A kind of dread," he wrote, "that nobody could name. Sailors were superstitious men, and the whispers began spreading before they even left port." This was the ship's 13th voyage. Whether it was the 13th voyage of the ship or of Bernard himself, no one was sure. But the number hung in the air like a curse. Adding to the unease was the shadow of a recent tragedy. During the Laurel's previous voyage, her chief engineer had taken his own life. His death cast a lasting gloom over the crew, and when they gathered again at the docks, few spoke above a whisper. Then came another omen. As the ship's holds filled with lumber, one of the massive piles shifted unevenly, tilting the Laurel 30 degrees toward the pier. It was a serious incident, one that could easily have damaged her hull. Though the problem was corrected, the sight was enough to unsettle even the most hardened men. One sailor, a 32-year-old newlywed, refused to go back on board. He told his captain he wouldn't risk leaving his young wife a widow, turned in his papers, and walked down the gangway for the last time. By the end of the loading, the Laurel was buried in timber, between 5 and 7 million board feet stacked from hold to deck. She was heavy, her decks groaning, her lines drawn taut against the pier. When she finally cast off, she looked less like a ship than a floating island of wood and steel. Her destination, New York and Philadelphia. Her captain, Lewis Johnson, a tough old-school mariner with 30 years at sea and a reputation for defying storms as if daring the ocean to stop him. The crew numbered 31, including Bernard Berenson and a 19-year-old boy named Russell Smith, working for passage to his widowed mother in Dorchester, Massachusetts. A few foreign sailors, Norwegians, Russians, filled out the rest of the roster. The Laurel left Portland under cloudy skies, her bow pointed toward the mouth of the Columbia. Near Linton, she stopped briefly to refuel, then continued downriver. The added fuel balanced her load slightly, but even so, she sat dangerously low in the water, barely 4 feet of freeboard, the portion of hull visible above the surface. For a ship that would soon face open sea, that was a death sentence waiting to happen. At Astoria, the last port before open water, the weather began to turn. By the time Laurel passed the lighthouse at Tongue Point, the U.S. Weather Bureau had already issued a gale warning. The night wind rose from the west, and the sea beyond the river mouth began to roar. Just ahead lay the Columbia River Bar, a shifting, violent stretch of sand and current where the mighty river collides with the Pacific. For 2 centuries, it had been the graveyard of more than 2,000 ships. No one who lived along the coast underestimated it. But inside the wheelhouse of the Laurel, Captain Johnson pressed on. He'd crossed the bar before, and tonight, he believed, would be no different. He was wrong. Shortly after midnight, Laurel left the calm of the Columbia River and entered the open mouth of the Pacific. Outside, the night was black and restless, the kind of darkness that swallows a man's breath before it can leave his lips. The wind screamed from the southwest, carrying sheets of rain that struck like sandblasts across the steel hull. From Astoria's harbor lights, the ship moved into total blindness. Within minutes, the Laurel had vanished into the chaos. This was no ordinary storm. The Columbia River Bar, that treacherous region of shifting shoals and cross-currents, was already infamous among sailors. Mariners called it the graveyard of the Pacific for good reason. Here, the river's 1.2 million cubic feet of fresh water per second met the full force of the Pacific tide, producing waves that could rise 40 feet in a heartbeat. Navigation even in daylight was perilous. At night, during a gale, it was suicide. The Laurel, overloaded with millions of board feet of timber, was in no shape to fight it. Her decks sat dangerously low, waves sweeping across them like hands searching for a grip. Inside the wheelhouse, Captain Lewis Johnson stood beside Chief Officer Wild, both men straining to see through the sheets of salt spray. Every few minutes, the wheelman called out the compass heading. But the wind kept veering, the rudder fought back, and the bow refused to answer. At first, the men thought the rudder chain had snapped. "No steerage," the helmsman shouted, a phrase that, in these waters, meant death was closing in. But later testimony, including from Bernard Berenson himself, revealed the truth. The rudder wasn't broken, it was simply powerless. The towering stack of lumber on deck acted like a giant sail, catching the storm wind broadside and forcing the ship wherever the gale desired. The Laurel had become a steel raft, heavy, blind, and utterly at the mercy of the sea. By 2 a.m., the crew felt the hull shudder violently. The bow pitched down, once, twice, then stopped with a bone-rattling crunch. They had struck. The Laurel had run aground on Peacock Spit, a shifting sandbar stretching northward from Cape Disappointment, Washington. It was a place even rescue ships feared, the water too shallow for cutters, too deep for men on foot. And now, Laurel was trapped there, pinned broadside against the full fury of the Pacific. Each wave hit like a hammer, flooding the low decks, smashing the timber cargo loose. The men on board could hear it, a hollow, splitting sound, like bones snapping beneath the weight of the ocean. "Everyone to the deck!" Captain Johnson's voice cut through the roar. "Leave everything! Move!" Men scrambled from their bunks, grabbing life vests and boots. Berenson later wrote that he could feel the ship trembling under his feet, as if the iron itself were alive, groaning in pain. They gathered on the midship deck, 31 men, drenched, blinded, clutching to railings slick with salt and oil. Launching lifeboats was impossible. The sea would have swallowed them instantly. The captain ordered the radio room to send distress calls and to fire signal flares. Within minutes, streaks of red and orange rose into the gale, sparks of hope in a storm that looked intent on erasing them. The distress call was picked up by U.S. Coast Guard Cutter Red Wing, stationed in Astoria. But even for a steel cutter, reaching the Laurel through those waves was impossible. Red Wing could only circle near the mouth of the bar, waiting for dawn, as wind gusts over 60 knots howled through the rigging. Inside the battered hull, the men tried to hold out. The clock on the wheelhouse wall, the same clock later preserved in the Columbia River Maritime Museum, marked every slow minute. The Laurel groaned and twisted, her steel plates flexing like tin. The cargo shifted with every wave, breaking its bindings, sliding from one side to the other with deadly force. By 5 a.m., the situation turned critical. A towering breaker crashed over the starboard beam, slamming down with the weight of a building. The ship rolled sharply to port, nearly capsizing. In desperation, Chief Officer Wild and a Norwegian sailor crawled across the deck, dodging shifting lumber, and dropped anchor in an attempt to stabilize her position. Moments later, another rogue wave rose out of the dark, caught them broadside, and swept 2 men off the deck, the assistant cook and young Russell Smith, the 19-year-old boy who had only wanted to see his mother again. The cook resurfaced, barely alive, clinging to a plank. He managed to claw his way back to the railing and was pulled aboard. Russell Smith never appeared again. As dawn broke, the storm's shape became visible. Gray mountains of water collapsing and rising around what remained of the Laurel. The ship was no longer whole. Between 6:30 and 7 o'clock a.m., witnesses on shore at Cape Disappointment saw the hull begin to bend. The midsection buckled, steel plates tearing apart with sharp cannon-like cracks. The Laurel had split in 2. The bow section, still pinned to the sandbar, sank lower into the surf, while the stern, carrying most of the crew, drifted free. A broken half-ship rolling helplessly toward shore. Ironically, it was the mainmast, snapped by the impact, that saved them. The fallen mast jammed between the 2 halves, acting like a makeshift brace that kept the stern upright long enough for rescuers to regroup. Within hours, the storm had begun to ease slightly. But the ocean was far from merciful. The men on the stern gathered around the radio cabin, their only shelter, waiting for another chance at rescue. All around them, the ocean was filled with wreckage. Planks, barrels, broken beams, and the endless scatter of floating timber that once made up their cargo. Each wave carried away another piece of the ship, another memory of what had been whole. And then, a new sound. Above the roar of the sea, the faint buzz of an aircraft engine. It was Billy Gage, a 17-year-old pilot from Astoria, flying his small, open cockpit plane through gale-force winds. He was carrying a rescue line, a thin messenger rope designed to link the ship to rescuers on shore. If he could drop it onto the deck, the life-saving crews could send a heavier cable across, creating a physical connection to haul survivors out. His first pass missed. The rope fell short, vanishing into the waves. He circled back through crosswinds that tossed his plane like a leaf. The second pass failed too. The line slipped from his hands, landing in the surf. For a third attempt, Gage dropped lower, dangerously low, so close to the water that spray covered his goggles and engine cowl. This time, the line hit. It landed square across the Laurel's deck, and the men cheered as they tied it fast to the railing. For one fleeting moment, hope returned. But on shore, something went wrong. The line had slipped free from its anchor. The connection was useless. The crew on the Laurel could only watch the loose end vanish into the sea. Someone cursed so loudly it was heard over the wind. Moments later, a second plane appeared. A newspaper photographer. He wasn't there to help. He was there to document. His camera caught the scene, a ship torn in half, men clinging to the wreck in a boiling sea. Those photographs, printed days later in the Oregonian and Seattle Times, became iconic. But for the men trapped on the Laurel, they were a cruel reminder that rescue was still far away. By afternoon, exhaustion set in. Salt burned their skin and hunger clawed at their stomachs. Some began to pray, others stared blankly into the waves. But help was coming, slowly, through the storm. 2 rescue boats, one from Point Adams, Oregon, and another from Cape Disappointment, Washington, were fighting their way through the surf. They would reach the Laurel before nightfall. But not all would make it home. By late afternoon, the storm had torn itself into exhaustion. The clouds still screamed overhead, but the wind began to falter, dropping from gale force to a bitter, unsteady gust. Out beyond the breakers, the wreck of the Laurel rocked like a broken lung, Every heave of the sea forced air through her splintered plates, creating a hollow wheeze that survivors later said sounded like the ship was breathing its last. Out of that gray horizon came two small shapes, boats, barely visible through the spray. They were lifeboats from the U.S. Life-Saving Service, dispatched from Point Adams Station on the Oregon side and Cape Disappointment Station across the river in Washington. These were wooden surf boats, 26-foot self-righting craft with 4 oarsmen and a coxswain, the same kind of vessel that had pulled countless sailors from the graveyard's maw. Even so, the men rowing them knew the odds. The seas off Peacock Spit were still reaching heights of 15 feet, the wind slapping spray into their eyes like needles. On the wreck, Bernard Berenson and the remaining crew saw them first. Tiny dark dots fighting the white water. They waved, shouted, fired what few flares they had left. When the rescuers came within earshot, the words that carried across the roar of the surf were brutally simple. "Jump! Jump into the sea! We'll pull you out!" It was suicide, but it was the only way. No boat could approach directly. The waves would have smashed them against the wreck's jagged hull. So the rescuers drifted as near as they dared, casting lines and shouting encouragement as each man prepared for the leap. Bernard described what came next in his written account. "We stripped off our coats. I threw one shoe toward the boat and the other at the lumber on deck, cursing the cargo that had doomed us. Then I slid down a rope into the freezing surf. The sea caught me like a fist, spun me under, then slammed me against a plank. I thought I was dead. But when I surfaced, a man in the rescue boat grabbed me by the collar and hauled me in. One by one, men leapt from the wreck, 31 souls against the ocean's wrath. The surf boats circled, pulling in bodies, some limp, some screaming, some silent. By evening, 24 men had been hauled aboard, each one half-conscious, shaking from cold and exhaustion. The lifeboatmen themselves were collapsing at their oars, drenched in diesel spray and sweat. Then fate played its cruelest trick. Within minutes of one another, the engines on both rescue boats failed. They had not run out of fuel. Both suffered mechanical breakdowns, likely from water flooding the carburetors. It was a coincidence so absurd that even seasoned sailors later called it a curse. The Point Adams boat drifted helplessly until a wave shoved it onto the sands, smashing the keel. But the crew and survivors made it ashore alive. The Cape Disappointment boat, carrying the others, fared worse. It was driven far out to sea, tossed like driftwood. With no power, the crew grabbed the oars, rowing by hand for nearly 2 hours through the night, until they reached deeper, calmer water. There, under moonlight filtered through clouds, they repaired the engine, tightening bolts, draining fuel lines. Until, with a sputter and a cough, the motor roared back to life. They limped toward the waiting Coast Guard cutter Red Wing, still anchored beyond the breakers. As they came alongside, the difference in height between the two vessels was terrifying. One moment the surf boat was at the level of the cutter's keel. The next it rose 30 feet, even with the main deck. Timing the transfer was life or death. When the first man jumped, the wave caught him mid-air. He slammed into the cutter's hull, bounced, and hands reached down to drag him in. Then another, and another. Within the hour, the rescue boat had delivered 24 survivors aboard the Red Wing. A photograph taken that night, grainy, black and white, shows them huddled together on deck, their faces pale and hollow-eyed. Among them was Bernard Berenson, his right hand crushed from the rope that had nearly taken him under. But even then, 5 men remained on the wreck. The storm had cut communication, and by the time Red Wing could turn back, night swallowed the sea once more. Somewhere beyond the surf, half a ship still drifted, and on it, 5 men waited. Among them was Captain Lewis Johnson. At dawn, the Coast Guard received another distress call, not from Laurel, but from another vessel. A schooner named Multnomah, also carrying lumber, had been disabled by the storm near the Columbia River bar. Her boilers had failed. She was adrift. The same gale that broke the Laurel had crippled her sister. The Coast Guard split its forces. Red Wing steamed south to assist, leaving the remaining rescue crews to monitor the Laurel. By sheer luck, the Multnomah's engineers managed to repair their boiler in time, limping back to Astoria under their own power. That freed Red Wing to return north, where the wreck of the Laurel still lay, battered, half-submerged, but defiant. On the morning tide, another rescue crew, this one from Willapa Bay Station, launched their surf boat. They reached the wreck after hours of brutal rowing through ice-cold spray. They found 4 survivors still clinging to life, all hauled aboard alive. The 5th, Captain Johnson, refused to leave. When the rescuers shouted for him to jump, he waved them off. He believed the ship would hold. He wanted to stay, to guard the cargo and company property from scavengers. Under maritime law, a ship not formally abandoned remained in the custody of her master. And Johnson took that duty literally. He lit a small fire on the deck using splintered lumber, cooking coffee in a blackened pot as waves crashed over the stern. Observers on shore could see the smoke drifting from the wreck. Each time the sea calmed, locals hiked to Cape Disappointment and peered through binoculars. They saw him, a lone figure in a dark coat, pacing the deck like a sentinel, checking his flag, feeding the flames, refusing to surrender. The newspapers called him the last watchman of the sea. Hundreds came to the cliffs to watch. Some cheered his courage, others whispered that he was insane. Reporters from the Astoria Evening Budget and the Oregonian described a black speck walking the deck of a dead ship. For the U.S. Coast Guard, it was no legend. It was a nightmare. They knew the Laurel could collapse at any moment, and if she did, they would have to risk their lives again to save the very man who refused rescue. For 54 hours, Johnson remained aboard. The sea rose again, a second storm hammering the wreck. The stern twisted further, breaking its back. Finally, a wave tore open the bulkhead, flooding the last dry compartment. Only then did Johnson signal for help. A white flag raised over the wreck. A rescue boat from Cape Disappointment went out once more, timing its run between swells. They found him sitting near his fire, soaked, exhausted, still clutching the ship's log and navigation charts. In the raging sea, they managed to reach the Laurel, bringing him safely aboard along with all the ship's documents and valuables. Behind him, the Laurel shuddered, the aft section listing hard to starboard. Hours later, it too would vanish beneath the tide. In total, 31 of the 32 men aboard the SS Laurel survived. The only casualty was Russell Smith, the young man swept overboard in the first hours of the storm. His body was never recovered. The rescue operation that saved the rest was hailed as one of the most complex in Pacific Northwest history. It involved 3 life-saving stations, Point Adams, Cape Disappointment, and Willapa Bay, a Coast Guard cutter, and even a teenage pilot who risked his life in an open cockpit biplane. Their courage, teamwork, and sheer stubbornness turned what could have been another mass grave into a story of improbable survival. Today, the artifacts from that night remain scattered among museums of the coast. At the Columbia River Maritime Museum in Astoria, a fragment of Laurel's steel hull lies rusted and twisted beside her ship's radio equipment, the same one that called for help as the ship was breaking apart. Nearby, a faded photograph shows the survivors on the deck of the Red Wing, faces blank with shock, salt dried into their hair. The Columbia Pacific Heritage Museum in Ilwaco, Washington, houses displays about the early life-saving stations that braved the graveyard of the Pacific, including a section dedicated to Laurel's wreck. And across the continent, at the Cape May Maritime Museum in New Jersey, a vintage Coast Guard rescue boat, nearly identical to those used that night, sits in quiet tribute. Built from cypress wood, self-bailing, capable of 9 knots, crew of 4, range of 280 nautical miles. The kind of craft that once defied impossible odds to pull drowning men from the edge of the world. As for the Laurel herself, she was never recovered. For weeks, her rusting skeleton remained visible from shore, half submerged off Cape Disappointment. Eventually, the Pacific took her, scattering her bones beneath the restless sands. Even now, divers sometimes report finding twisted steel deep under the sediment, the remains of a ship that refused to die easily. And if you stand on those cliffs on a winter night, when the wind carries the hiss of the surf through the fir trees, locals say you can still hear the echo of a man's footsteps pacing across an invisible deck. A lone captain keeping watch over a ship long gone.